The Three Musketeers with Zombies by Alexandra Dumas and Mike Rogers. Read for you by Chris Rutledge. For Chuck. Preface. In which I know not how to convince you that every word is true and not mythology or the ramblings of a twisted and diseased mind. If this were merely a tale of three heroes with names changed to end in os or is, with swords performing heroic deeds against other mortal men, it would be an easy enough task. Why would you not believe such a tale? But I must sell you on the truth of a story filled with fantastic creatures. Not fantastic in their visage by any stretch, but in their existence. I struggle to tell this tale in a manner that shows respect to the truth of the history without casting dark implications over the very idea of resurrection itself. I will just say the word and let it hang in the air for a moment. I know no other way to begin other than to speak the truth. Zombie. I happened upon these events and this fantastic yet horrid and true tale while exploring through the volumes in the Royal Library a short time ago in my researches. I planned to write my own history of one of the King Louis when I found D'Artagnan's history. I swear the very pages were marked with bloody fingerprints turned brown with age, but that much may be my imagination. I took the volumes home with the permission of the curator and devoured them as the undead devoured flesh from bone. D'Artagnan found himself in dire need and perhaps the whole of Paris and France with him. So he fled ahead of the deadly plague in search of M. de Tréville, captain of the king's musketeers. And he found none other than Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. So many names ending in os and is, I thought not likely. I too doubted and perhaps wanted to believe that these monstrous events could not be true. These strange names and events struck us too. So, we referenced reliable sources from the time searching for collaboration or the lack of it. I was struck with great excitement and terror when at last I and my assistants found at the 20th page Athos, at the 27th page Porthos, at the 31st page Aramis, and at the 666th page the name of Zombie. At the risk of my reputation, I sought to publish these dark truths, and the tale that follows is the beginning of the unfolding of this secret history. I will hold nothing back in the details of the history from the walls of barracks to the walls of cabarets. I will spare you nothing in the rotting of undead flesh to the tearing of live muscle from the bone. That being understood, let us proceed with our history. Chapter 1. The Presence of D'Artagnan, the Lone Survivor. On the first Monday of the month of April, 1625, the market town of Meung ceased to exist. It appeared to be in a perfect state of revolution that would put the darkest acts of the Huguenots to shame. For even the Huguenots, never to my knowledge, sunk their teeth into the flesh and tore open arteries to spill blood in the streets, or to kneel over the bodies and feast on their screaming victims. Maybe a few of them did, but that is what occurred in mass that final Monday of life in Meung. Mothers flew through the air, landing dead on High Street, only to rise again to stalk after the flesh of their crying children. Muskets roared in uncertain hands as men fired upon their dearest friends and neighbors. Metal balls ripped through cold flesh and shattered bone at the joints, but still the dead lumbered forward and crawled across the ground, seeking new victims. In the panic that ensued, men ran through their brothers with rapiers, and sons hacked at fathers with broadswords. They stabbed once through the liver, with no effect. They drove a second time for the heart, only to find the hungry corpses no longer needed the unbeating lumps. They stabbed a third time to the throat, snapping off the abused blades, and the teeth of the undead met living flesh to tear it asunder, adding to their Plutonian ranks. D'Artagnan wrote that he fled towards the church, waving his blade from side to side, not knowing where to strike or to what use. He was already an elder man, and revolution was the business and game of younger men. though never in his lifetime had he witnessed anything near the stillborn birth of the undead revolution against the living citizens of Mang. We searched in earnest and found record of an outbreak in Spain. There were others in the days of Rome. The Dark Ages in the distant East speak of plagues where the dead rose. But none of these occurrences were during D'Artagnan's long life. He mounted the church steps where one of the town widows seized his ankle. He tried to tell her that he could not help her, but saw that her legs had been chewed down to the bones, and her eyes were milky white in death. Still, she lunged for his calf with her jaws agape. He kicked her aside in panic, knocking out more than a few of her teeth, but she dragged herself back up the church steps after him. D'Artagnan opened the doors to an orphan missing half his face, but possessing all his teeth, came over the stone abutment at the level of his throat. The man opened the door with great force and connected with the remaining half of the boy's face, sending him flying back into the hedges. D'Artagnan slammed the door to keep the orphans and widows outside the holy sanctuary where they belonged. He saw the young man he sought on his knees, facing the Lord's altar, alone, right where D'Artagnan expected to find him. His head was bowed in prayer. D'Artagnan rushed through the sanctuary with his sword waving, and without the sign of the cross and due respect in his panic. He dropped to his knees several feet from the pulpit and slid up beside the boy. D'Artagnan had prepared the letters of introduction, the gifts for the captain, and instructions for the boy's journey to announce the fall of Mang, and to warn the king's musketeers of the possible coming undead revolution to Paris. This was D'Artagnan the Elder's last living relative at the moment of this meeting at the altar. As with all moments, they are eventually over. Before he could speak, D'Artagnan saw the blood, flowing dark from the jugular and painting the white vestments in crimson. His young eyes were already cloudy. There was no help for him, and there would be no journey. D'Artagnan said, "I will get thee a priest to serve the last rites." The boy's voice came as a whisper, and D'Artagnan heard his words like a soft breeze in his ear. "It was the priest who brought me to this state. I broke his skull with the crucifix, and this is as far as I could crawl." D'Artagnan leaned in and kissed the boy's cheek in sorrow, but still with the presence of mind to avoid touching the blood with his lips, out of some instinct that if the blood of Christ saves, then the blood spilled by the undead might drag one down to second death. After the kiss, D'Artagnan brought up his sword to the boy's ear. He whispered down the shaft of the sword into the young man's ear, "May God forgive thee any sins thou hast committed or omitted by tongue, through taste or speech. May he spare thee from rising before his second coming." D'Artagnan pressed the blade home and followed the body to the stone floor of the church, delivering the boy's benediction. The blade caught, and he had to do the dishonoring of bracing his boot to the side of the skull to withdraw it again. D'Artagnan knew the boy had a pony. It was a Béarn pony, from 12 to 14 years old, yellow in his hide, but legs that could carry nonetheless. It was all the invitation D'Artagnan needed to begin any quest that would take him out of the growing, moving tomb of Mang. D'Artagnan very much felt like Don Quixote tilted at windmills and preparing to ride against the forces of death himself. When he was confident that his prayer had been answered and this boy would not rise up like the others, D'Artagnan stepped over the boy to leave. D'Artagnan exited out the side of the church and found the beast tied, but unsettled by the commotion and the smell. A horde of the good townspeople of Mang were shambling towards the pony as D'Artagnan untied it and mounted. He rode around and out towards the outskirts of the town, leaving his home, his fallen family, and the ruins of the village behind. A man staggered into the road and lifted his hands as if to not let D'Artagnan pass. At first, he thought the man to be another of the hungry dead revolutionaries, but the man had voice. He thought the man might want to ride to safety, but then the wash of blood from his torn wounds came into view, and D'Artagnan knew he would not be taking the man anywhere as he was bitten with the curse of the zombie. "Let me pass, sir," D'Artagnan said. The man dropped to his knees with his hand still raised. "Are you the devil, sir? Let me pass that I might seek help." "There is no help to be found." "Perhaps not for our village, sir, but for the rest of the land there might still be hope." "He speaks of hope." Bubbles issued from the adversary's mouth as he spoke, and his eyes rolled into their sockets. His skin was turning sallow and marbled with the discoloration associated with death. Still he spoke. "My only hope is that you strike me down, that I might not rise unto this curse, sir." "Death is what brings it and hastens it," D'Artagnan said. "Now step aside and let me pass again into the land of the living. Pray to your God that he might possibly answer you with true death." The man laughed and then choked in his own bleeding throat. "Strike me down, unless you are the devil, and this is your curse upon us. Show me the mercy of striking me down. It is the only way I shall allow you to pass." In desperation, D'Artagnan thrust forward and down from the back of the pony. He caught the man in the heart. Dark blood belched out around the wound, and D'Artagnan watched the man's eyes milk over before he collapsed to his back on the road. D'Artagnan prayed, "May God have mercy on your immortal." The man rose and staggered to his feet. He raised his arms out instead of up, and he growled as he advanced upon D'Artagnan. The pony backed away, snorting and bobbing its head. D'Artagnan thrust again and again, stabbing in the chest and belly. He hacked at the man's face, cheeks, and arms. The man caught up with the pony and tore out its throat. The beast staggered and fell with D'Artagnan pinning his leg beneath its dead weight. The adversary chewed on the mount's neck for a moment, but then crawled over the animal's body to have it D'Artagnan trapped beneath. D'Artagnan struck out one last time in desperation. His point entered the man's eye and drove home to its brain. Finally, the man that had turned monster went limp across the ribs of the dead pony. D'Artagnan twisted his blade free of the socket to find it bent from the abuse. He thought about the eye socket and the ear of the boy in the church. D'Artagnan surmised rightly that the zombie must be felled by a strike to the brain. As he basked in his new knowledge, the people of Meung rounded the bend and advanced on the felled pony. D'Artagnan pushed with his free leg and finally fought his trapped ankle free. He limped away, and D'Artagnan wrote that had the mob not fallen upon the body of the animal, they would surely caught him and feast upon his flesh. As it was, D'Artagnan limped forward with his bent blade and reached the home of M. de Tréville, only to find it ransacked. The doors hung open and furniture was overturned. Blood turned black like the devil's heart marred the walls. Precious volumes from the library within were cast upon the floor and destroyed. As he dared to search deeper, even knowing that the undead revolution of Meung might lurk within, he found the back half of the estate, along with its gardens, burned to black. Out on the scorched grounds, blackened bodies pulled loose from the char. Their crisp coatings split, revealing raw, dead muscle underneath. Their white teeth showed through their ruined faces. Knowing he was close to Paris and wanting to delay the spread until he could think what to do and where to go next, he used his bent blade to puncture the skulls of the burned undead one at a time. The skulls were still hard underneath the muck and took some effort, but D'Artagnan downed each and every one that he could find. He limped back out of Captain M. de Tréville's property with his ankle and his back hurting from the events of the dark day and his advanced age. He traveled a bit further and stopped at an inn. There was not yet any sign of the zombies, and he could not walk forever, so he stopped. After dropping off his blade to be reset, he took a room and laid down to rest. Exhaustion took him, and despite his fears, he fell into a deep sleep of pain and sorrow. He slept until morning, provincial as it was. Chapter 2. An audience with M. de Tréville. When D'Artagnan awoke the next morning at 9, he sat bolt upright in bed and stared in terror at the empty walls. His heart raced, and he could not settle his mind from the great well of panic which had settled into his heart and spirit while his mind and body slumbered. His muscles ached, and he was drenched with sweat. He wrote that as he actually spoke out to the empty room. "I am ill, and when this illness takes me, I will never be allowed to lie down and rest again." At the moment, the words made little sense to him. He was normally a calm and deliberate man. His body was not accustomed to operating under such headlong panic as he had the previous day, and in those confusing moments of rising out of sleep, he could not rightly remember where he was or why he felt the way he did. The first memories that came to him were just flashes, like lightning streaking through the sky of his mind. He saw frozen action of teeth, fingers like claws, bone exposed through ripped flesh and blood. He saw fresh blood poured out on the streets like turned wine, and he saw blackened blood, made dark by disease and painting the walls. The next memories to come were of his wife and children being torn asunder before he fled his own house in Meng. He stumbled out of the bed, sobbing, and collapsed to his knees beside the bed as he wept. D'Artagnan was facing away with his head bowed in the inverse of how most people pray. He shook with the flood of memory from his harrowing escape and desperate run for help. His head was bowed as if to pray, but no words entered his animal groans of despair. The single word finally passed from his lips. Zombie. He could not remember where he first heard it. It might have been from one of the more venerable elders. It might have been the adversary in the road. At the moment, D'Artagnan could not recall anything from that encounter except that the evil possessing the body of the recently deceased had to be struck in the brains in some fashion to be felled. Maybe it was from the lips of the priest. No, D'Artagnan said aloud. He was dead at the church when I arrived, and then I slayed the boy who killed the priest out of mercy. D'Artagnan rose to his feet and left his room. He found the inn deserted. He remembered the state of Captain M. de Tréville's home and knew he needed to find a man like him. D'Artagnan realized there was no other such man. Tréville had both a family relationship with the king and a commission. He served as a captain to the king's musketeers. He had a passing relationship with the cardinal as well. No other man in the world could give D'Artagnan the audience he needed to share his warning with the kingdom before Paris was lost. So, D'Artagnan needed an audience with M. de Tréville, or a mythical man like him. The inn was deserted, tables were set, official papers were stacked. No other man, woman, or child were present except D'Artagnan himself. He looked for his sword in the event that the children of Meng had shambled this far, but he did not possess the blade. It was being reset by the craftsman next door. If he too was vanished, D'Artagnan would truly be in a sorry state with no friend, no family, no pony, no sword, and no hope for the land of the living. D'Artagnan stepped outside. Having no better occupation for his time, he limped towards the shop of the man resetting his blade. It was there upon the road that D'Artagnan found the innkeeper. Well, 'tis more appropriate to say that D'Artagnan found some of the innkeeper, and not even most of him per se. The only reason, in fact, that he knew the man to be the purveyor of his hotel was that the portion lying on the road was the man's head. D'Artagnan was going to walk around the decapitated object, but then the gray eyelids opened, and the teeth snapped, causing the head to bobble from side to side from the actions of the jaws, from there was no other musculature or body remaining in sight to initiate movement. The only sound beyond the chirp of birds overhead was the snap of teeth and the wet sound of a working palate in the angry head, for there were no lungs, nor spirit remaining to draw breath, nor exhale sound over the tongue. The thing's tongue did work about its quiet mouth, as if still desiring to taste raw flesh, even though in swallowing there would be nothing left below the neck to catch the unholy meal. D'Artagnan wrote that he wondered in that moment whether the remainder of the body might be crawling about as some fleshy spectre seeking to claw and grasp whatever it might stumble upon. From what he knew of the vital nature of the brain to the zombie, he deducted that the body would cease to work once subtracted from the head, as such bodies should. He also deducted that the innkeeper had stumbled upon some former resident of Meng in the night, or the victim of such a resident along the chain of death and dark resurrection, which led now to the inn and the very spot where D'Artagnan now stood. He imagined those chains of death building by forging one link after another, from one undead body to another, extending all the way to Paris and the crown itself. If D'Artagnan failed to alert the king's men in some fashion, he decided it would not be fitting to leave the head lying in the road, snapping at unsuspecting travelers. He did not have his sword, but D'Artagnan thought he should at least move the danger off to one of the ditches alongside the road. He did not know enough about the human body to tell whether the head was removed by a living person in defense of their own mortal soul, or by the zombie attacker that infected the innkeeper, with the curse tearing his head from his body. Either way, this head was now cursed. D'Artagnan used the toe of his boot to kick the skull aside by its temple. He had turned to approach the shop, when he noticed that the teeth had latched onto the hem of his pant leg. D'Artagnan thrashed about in a most unseemly manner, trying to kick himself free of the deadly grasp. He felt his morning panic rise again, and he sensed that if the thing could still bite, that it could still issue the dark venom which would rob his spirit of life and make him like one of the children of the dead. He reached down and pulled at the thing's ear, but then the ear tore free of its head. D'Artagnan shook the blue ear aside, as the innkeeper's head, attempting to chew and swallow his pants, starting with the leg. D'Artagnan began to believe that the innkeeper's angry, hungry ghost was attempting to extract revenge for D'Artagnan leaving without paying. Now the fee would be paid in a pound of flesh. D'Artagnan was fortunate in that when the unholy head attempted to open its jaw for a deeper bite, the living resident of Maine kicked and flung the head twirling and bouncing away into the woods. Had he been an instant slower in the motion then, the deadly thing would have surely gotten a piece of his skin and dragged D'Artagnan down to the depths and back up again. D'Artagnan ran inside the shop, more out of fear than the task of retrieving his sword. He flung open the door, and light poured in over the table and eyes of the craftsman. He shielded his face as if D'Artagnan had opened the doors of his tomb and exposed his eyes to unexpected light. The craftsman said, "What is your purpose in blinding me, sir?" D'Artagnan looked back outside and into the shadows of the shop again. "Have you been here all night? Did you not notice or hear anything unusual going about before now, sir?" "I work day and night to complete my shift to feed myself and my family, sir. What business have you that might help me in those efforts?" "I dropped my sword with you to be affixed straight again, sir." The craftsman nodded and set the rapier out for D'Artagnan to inspect. Even before he lifted it to feel the balance was perfect, he saw the precision in its straight line. As he did lift it, D'Artagnan said, "So there was no indication of trouble outside your shop the previous night or before light this morning?" The craftsman sighed and returned to the detailed metalwork before him on the table. "Any man about at night this close to Paris deserves the trouble he finds, sir. Night is for the trouble, and anyone out in the night is about finding or delivering trouble. My darkness is within these walls, and I am working in it with my nose out of all other business. You have already paid me for the work, and I thank you. Is there anything else?" D'Artagnan realized that this man might well miss the entire revolution of the dead while resetting blades and affixing broken trinkets. The entirety of the world might become like Mang, and he could go on about his business up until he noticed no new work was coming through his doors. There are such people about in all countries, in all revolutions. Kings rise and fall in bloody war, and they go on as if nothing were afoot. D'Artagnan asked, "Do you know where M. de Tréville is?" The craftsman said, "His home is to the east." "I know, sir. I did not see him there." "He is the captain of the Musketeers that serves and protect the king in Paris." "I know that well." "Then I'm not sure what you want from me." The craftsman raised his voice. "One thing you clearly do not know is that a rapier is not to be banged about like a broadsword. They are two different weapons. I can tell by the repairs you had no such knowledge before meeting me." D'Artagnan sighed. "Thank you for your time and your work, sir." The craftsman did not look up again. "Close the door on your way out." D'Artagnan did so, leaving the man inside to work on, while ignorant of the dangers that beset the land around his shop. D'Artagnan was at a loss to his next step. His goal was to warn the king and perhaps save the rest of the land. He did not know how to do so without finding Tréville. With no better option, he ventured back in the wrong direction towards the ruined estate of M. de Tréville. If nothing else, there might be a clue to Tréville's whereabouts, if the man had survived at all. At the very least, D'Artagnan had done the work of clearing the house of overcooked zombies, so he might be able to search the rest of it in some peace. He passed another body in the road. This one possessed a torso, causing it to undulate like a worm, but without limbs, it was not moving with any real purpose. D'Artagnan carefully stabbed straight through one of the eyes into the brain and back out. Like the craftsman said, a rapier was not a broadsword, and had to be handled differently to avoid bending or breaking. The next body along the road was only partially clothed and sported many half-moon bite marks. The discoloration of the flesh indicated to D'Artagnan that the poor creature had turned upon his death. The indention through the skull of a wagon wheel appeared to have done the work of taking the unsettled body back down for a second and more permanent death. He wondered what the traveler had thought as they rode the wagon over the thing's head. He also wondered whether they had been traveling towards Paris or away from it. He was not certain which choice would be more deadly at the moment. The third body had one surviving arm and the legs down to the knees. It dragged itself along the ground towards D'Artagnan and Paris beyond, but was still within sight of Tréville's property. D'Artagnan could not get a good angle on its eye, so he opted to drive his point through its ear. Once the creature was dispatched, he heard commotion in the woods beyond the border of Tréville's estate. D'Artagnan wrote that he knew in his heart that investigating strange noises with the world gripped by the curse of Mang was an enormous mistake, but lacking good options, he took the bad one and followed the sounds into the woods. It was not long before he heard the growls, which were so much like an angry animal, but yet so unlike anything that belonged to this world. The songs of Mang. Still he pressed onward. If the captain and his musketeers were not to be found, then it was upon D'Artagnan to do what he could in protecting the unsuspecting people from the undead. He ventured into a clearing and found 3 men, uniformed as if musketeers, standing back to back to back in a triangle. They were laughing as they swatted the bloody corpses of the fresh zombies aside. D'Artagnan found himself looking at what remained of the faces and clothes to see if he recognized friend or family from his village. These zombies were 2nd and 3rd generation cursed. Some of them wore torn and stained versions of the musketeer uniforms themselves. D'Artagnan wondered if these might be the last 3 living members of the band, as he himself was the last of Mang. D'Artagnan wondered if they were using blunted foils, as they seemed to be swatting and kicking the zombies aside for sport, even as the slobbering, hungry monsters swarmed around them in the woods. Then he saw some scratches across their moist, discolored skin, creating tiny wounds which would never heal. One of the dead, stationed against the trunk of an oak, wavered on his feet, naked, with a sword still in his hand, but down by his side, in grasp as if deceased mind had forgotten he held it, or did not possess the faculties to use it any longer. The naked swordsman ventured forward, as if to prevent the 3 living musketeers from passing. D'Artagnan saw the bite mark on the naked, undead musketeer's back between his shoulder blades. It appeared to be his only visible wound. D'Artagnan recalled thinking in that moment he could clearly not imagine how a trained fighting man would find himself naked, but with a sword even among attacking zombies. He expected more from the musketeers. D'Artagnan wrote that little did he know, in that moment, he himself would find himself exactly in the same circumstance before his adventure was over. One man said, "Athos, it appears old Certes is coming at us again." "You might want to remove his arms, Porthos. He is more of a nuisance than when he was alive." Porthos swiped his tip across the throat of a peasant that reached the musketeer's defensive triangle. It opened the man up and staggered him away, but failed again to put him down. Porthos said, "Perhaps Aramis could retrieve the axe from the woodpile for us to disarm Certes in that manner." Aramis shook his head, bringing his rapier up in preparation for an old woman reaching for him with teeth and clawed fingers. "I'm not going out there alone. That's how Pastet was bitten through his arm and now comes to do the same to us." Athos lifted his boot and kicked into the center of a uniformed zombie with a dangling bloody arm that D'Artagnan assumed was the musketeer Pastet in question. D'Artagnan called, "You have to disrupt their brains. No other wound will bring them down, and they will keep coming for you." "Do you know this man?" Porthos asked. "Never seen him before in my life," Athos declared before turning his attention back on the zombies drawing close again. Aramis said, "Not sure we should trust the advice of a stranger in these dark times." "How would one even go about disrupting brains?" Porthos questioned. Athos said, "There was a woman in Brussels Rochefort that stirred my brains, I think. I was not thinking clearly for a month, as I recall." Porthos snorted and said, "I'm not sure you have ever recovered properly, sir." D'Artagnan grew wary of their game and banter. This was the sort of crass talk befitting barracks or a landing in a moment of peace. In the heat of battle with the denizens of the grave, it struck him most inappropriate and dangerous. D'Artagnan said, I am the elder D'Artagnan, and the only living survivor, if not the last man walking, from the market village of Meung. I witnessed the first generation of the reanimated dead break free of their tomb and dig up from shallow graves to feast upon the living. I was unable to save my own family. I came to petition Captain M. de Treville to bring warning to the king of this curse that surrounds you here now. Aramis asked, as he swiped an old woman 3 times before she finally staggered backwards again. Do you have letters of introduction or gifts of welcome, perhaps? D'Artagnan's mouth hung agape. He wondered why men would expect such things under the circumstances, and with the undead evidence of a thing stalking all around them, my living soul and the mob of dead ones around you will have to serve as my letters, sir. All else was left behind in my haste to escape with my skin. Porthos said, I'm not sure we should take fighting instructions from a man with no letters, that him itself admits he let his family and all his village die at the hands and teeth of dead monsters he watched dig themselves forth from their graves. The accusation stung, and behind the anger D'Artagnan felt as Porthos's words. He felt a rising sorrow from being reminded of the terrible deaths of his children and a wife he had been unable to protect. Then take the fact that your methods are yielding no results and you lack any other option than the one I suggest. D'Artagnan said, What is the recipe for stirring brains, then, sir? Athos asked. Porthos raised his sword in front of his face in salute to the approaching naked form of Certes, dragging the tip of his sword in a furrow through the grass and dirt. Porthos asked, And what utensils would one use for such preparations? The tools you possess now are fine, D'Artagnan said. It's your target which is incorrect. You must strike the head to the brain, and then your friends and enemies will remain at rest at last. I have found that through the eye or through the ear provides sufficient access to the target. D'Artagnan's words had served to turn one man in a fine waistcoat about, and he reached for D'Artagnan instead of the Musketeers. He was too finely dressed to be a member of one of the lower class. D'Artagnan suspected he was about to be eaten by a member of the nobility. It was then that he wondered if attacking such a man, even in the state of being a zombie, would still be considered a high crime. As if to demonstrate the truth of his instruction, D'Artagnan gave a precision thrust into the left eye socket of the possible noble. The zombie took another step forward, sliding down D'Artagnan's sword into his skull. The effort took hold, and the man crumbled to his knees. D'Artagnan went with him to avoid bending his blade. As the noble collapsed to his back, D'Artagnan allowed the body to slide back off his sword again. The Musketeers watched, and then looked back at one another in their tight formation, as if to confirm that they had all seen the same results from the demonstration. The trio gave one another a nod. Porthos said, I am sorry I doubted your words, sir. You are a true friend to what little remains of the king's Musketeers. Aramis asked, But we are sure that Certes and some others might not recover in time? Certes is hardly hurt at all. He went to sleep with fever where we camped in the forest after the fall of the estate, and then he awoke most ill and foul-natured as we see him now. There is no recovery from this as with any form of death, D'Artagnan said. This form of death just tends to spread, if not settled in the manner I showed you, sirs. Porthos thrust up into the face of poor, naked Certes. His point entered through one of the man's nostrils. The former musketeer stood on his toes at high attention, and Porthos's blade bowed under the weight supported up into the skull. Certes dropped his own blade in final surrender. Porthos extracted, and Certes fell sideways to the ground like a board. I was always a better swordsman than Certes anyway, Porthos said. You are as vain as Narcissus. I plainly tell you so. Aramis said. Aramis stabbed through an eye socket and quickly laid an old woman to rest. Good night, dear Peste, Athos said. Your long service has been appreciated, but is no longer needed in your current state. Athos kicked Peste again in his chewed arm, spinning the body away to face out into the forest. The kicking motion seemed to confuse the dead creature which occupied the musketeer's form. His head turned from side to side, as if the beast were attempting to process where the men could have vanished to so suddenly. D'Artagnan expected the blade to break as he watched the motion, but Athos heaved up into Peste's skull, through the knob at the base and the termination of the neck bone. It was a horrific grinding noise as his sword entered and exited the skull in 2 swift motions. Peste fell to his face and stayed there, probably still confused at how he had died so suddenly. It was in that moment, D'Artagnan wrote, that he realized these final 3 musketeers had not lived by chance nor providence. They survived by skill. Their earlier escapades had hidden their true potential, and once they were made aware of the weakness of the zombie, they became the deadly answer to an undead problem. Porthos made 3 quick jabs into the eye socket of 1 musketeer and 2 commoners. Their bodies joined the growing pile at the trio's feet. Aramis took hold of a man's greasy hair and turned him by it to stab him into his ear as Aramis said, "I fear the cardinal's men will now outnumber us, and his jealous rage towards us might manifest in greater problems for us." "The cardinal is a ninny," Porthos said as he stabbed into a growling cadaver's gaping maw. The creature gave a choked gargle, but did not go down. Porthos showed his teeth and grabbed the zombie by his belt in the front. Porthos pulled with his belt hand and thrust with his sword hand. The zombie bent back at a grotesque angle, and the tip of Porthos's sword finally broke through the top pallet. He released the belt and withdrew the sword, leaving the body arched awkwardly upon the ground. Athos stabbed a fellow through both eye sockets before the body fell, and then Athos said, "He is a ninny with a force that outnumbers us for the first time, and we might find something more deadly than hungry corpses in Paris." Porthos stepped out of the formation and looked about the carnage on the ground. "I think, Athos, my good friend, this time you are wrong." "We shall see, won't we?" Athos responded. "If this man is right about the spread of this curse, we must warn the king and the cardinal alike. It would not do to have the king's parts chewed off before the queen has had a chance to give an heir to the crown." "Don't jest about such things," Aramis warned. Porthos said, "Agreed. Not about that subject. Sir, one comes at your back." D'Artagnan spun about and found a monster staggering towards him, with his head lolling from a cord out of his broken neck. D'Artagnan thrust 3 times, but managed to miss the bobbing head. "Come now," Porthos shouted. "We are rooting for you." In frustration, D'Artagnan stomped on the back of the creature's knee, bringing it down that far. As the head came to rest on the shoulder, D'Artagnan stabbed through the ear, and the whole monstrosity finally came to the ground, ending the unsavory quarrel in the woods. "We knew you could do it, Sir D'Artagnan," Porthos said. "Well played," Athos cheered. "We might be in the market for new musketeers for our ranks," Aramis said. "Him?" Porthos shook his head. "He is a bit old for such play." "Gentlemen, gentlemen!" A servant entered the forest looking quite out of place in his suit. "Monsieur de Tréville awaits Monsieur d'Artagnan." At this announcement, during which everyone remained mute, D'Artagnan finally broke the silence. "Where is he?" The servant pointed back over his shoulder at the house which showed between the trees. "In his upstairs study." Porthos looked around at the others and back at the servant. "How does he know the man is here?" The servant said, "The back of the estate is open to the air since the fire. You 3 are very loud, and your voices carry. With respect, sirs." "He says it with respect, as if we're to believe that," Athos said. "Yes, he does," Porthos agreed. D'Artagnan followed the servant through the trees back towards the remains of the house, without waiting to see if the 3 surviving musketeers followed or not. He congratulated himself with all his heart on surviving the strange quarrel and so narrowly escaping yet another encounter with the zombies. Chapter 3. The Surviving Musketeers and the Unholy Servant of the Stomach. M. de Tréville was at the moment in rather ill humor. Nevertheless, he saluted as D'Artagnan entered the upstairs study. The back wall was missing and looked out across the clutter on the estate grounds, including the burned ruin of the back of the house. Singed carpet and blistered boards marked the edges of the room, and the windy drop-off behind. The papers Tréville seemed to be trying to collect were stirred about by the wind, and a few drifted out over the grounds to join the rest of the clutter. D'Artagnan bowed low, nearly to the city floor. Tréville saluted again, but then made a motion with his hand as if to ask permission to finish with other business before receiving D'Artagnan. Tréville shouted 3 times, raising his voice with each call. "Athos! Porthos! Aramis!" His voice echoed out over the open land, and D'Artagnan saw more corpses lumber forth from the trees in response. They were still too far distant to see details, but D'Artagnan had come to realize that the mobile dead had a certain gait about their walk that separated them from the still living. The door to the half-room closed behind them as the 3 that answered to these names finally entered. Tréville took 3 or 4 paces in silence with the land, and the approaching dead framed behind him a vast panoramic. His brow was furrowed and his head bowed, and all at once he centered in front of them. "Do you know what the king said to me not but one evening before I returned home to find my estate in flames?" "No," replied the surviving musketeers. "No, sir, we do not. But I hope you will do the honor of telling us, sir," Athos added. "He told me that henceforth I should recruit musketeers from among the guards of Monsieur the Cardinal." "The Cardinal Richelieu? And why so?" Porthos demanded with no warmth. "Because he plainly perceives that his piquet stands in need of being enlivened by a mixture of good wine," Captain Tréville said. "The cardinal has the king's ear and filled it with tales of those damned musketeers and their drunken daredevil ways. He told of the braggarts that made riot in Rue Ferou. The cry of 'Arrest the musketeers' was heard through the city. It was the cardinal and his men that started that call," Aramis said. "His men could drink us under the table," Porthos added. "That's not what the captain means by fresh wine," Aramis said. "He means it like fresh blood." "Nevertheless," Captain Tréville said, "I defended you to the hilt, only to come back to find my family's fortune in smoke." "The fire was not our fault," Porthos said. "The dead have risen to consume the living. The house was overrun by the time the fire started from an overturned lamp." "The dead men themselves went up in flames and continued walking, spreading it from carpet to drape," Aramis said. "We barely escaped with you alive, as you recall, sir," Athos said. "This man can tell you as much," Porthos said. "He brings warning of the source of the curse and the threat to Paris for us to share with the king." D'Artagnan stepped forward to speak, but the captain did not indicate he was ready for the report. He asked instead, "Where are Certes and Peste and the others?" The musketeers exchanged a look. Aramis answered, "They are gone, sir." "Deserted?" Tréville asked. "Passed," Porthos said. "Ill?" Tréville pressed. Athos said, "We thought so at the point that you left the camp with the servants to return to the house, sir. We thought perhaps smallpox due to the discoloration and fatigue. They began to stir and moan. Then they rose, lifeless, and attempted to consume us along with the deceased peasants that were drawn into the forest by the noise of the struggle." "Where are they now?" Tréville asked. "Dispatched, sir," Porthos said. "Return to the grave." Tréville turned and faced out the back of his estate at the approaching zombies. He said, "Perhaps I should recruit from the cardinal's men to fill our ranks." "I'd rather you recruit from the Bastille," Athos said. "Or from among the specters approaching out there," Porthos added. "Specters?" Tréville asked. "Zombies," D'Artagnan said. The captain and all 3 musketeers turned their attention to the man from Meung, as if noticing him again for the first time. "What is this word?" Tréville demanded. "Is it even French?" D'Artagnan swallowed and searched for courage and words within himself. "It is the word I have heard used for the threat of these things which rise from the grave and tombs as if alive, but possessing all the signs of death save for remaining still. Now they rise from the bites and fatal wounds delivered by the teeth and hands of the first and second generations of the revitalized dead. They bite and eat and add to their numbers. They deliver their deadly curse in this manner until some living person delivers damage to their brains within their skulls enough to bring them down permanently. They are a walking, lifeless revolution and riot threatening to spread across the land, even into the gates of the king, with no regards for position, power, authority, law, or the will of God. That is the zombie, and their deadly potential increases with their numbers." "You killed these zombies in the woods?" the captain said, "along with our own ill brothers?" "Not ill, dead, sir," said Porthos. "Dead, but stubbornly refusing to lie down?" Tréville asked. "Yes, sir, Aramis said. "Each of us dispatched more than a few apiece. Were there many more, we might well have broken our swords trying to stick their skulls as must be done." Tréville turned to D'Artagnan. "What charity do you seek here, sir? My resources are limited upon the current condition of my estate and the depletion of my forces." "I seek alms from no man," D'Artagnan said. "Yes, you wish me to take your message of bloody cold revolution to the ear of the king when I am already out of favor. I'm not sure granting you this great alm is at all in my best interest." A knock sounded against the door, but off time. The captain looked about at the other men and said, "Come in." A scratching followed, but no further knocks, nor the turning of the knob. The captain cleared his throat and repeated, "Come in." D'Artagnan turned his attention back out into the fields where the zombies approaching from the woods still had some distance to cover, and plodded forward, seeming to have no real sense of urgency to accompany their insatiable taste for human flesh and fresh blood. The captain took a step towards the door of the strangest study D'Artagnan had ever been entertained within. D'Artagnan held up a hand. "Monsieur de Tréville, wait." "Why?" Captain Tréville asked. The knob turned and the latch clicked. As the door swung open and inward, the servant that had led D'Artagnan to the audience with the captain of the Musketeers stood holding the knob. The captain looked between the servant and his strange guest from Meung, as if waiting to hear an explanation for why D'Artagnan might suggest that he wait to answer his own door. D'Artagnan lowered his hand, feeling foolish for still having it in the air. The servant breathed out, "Captain, you have a visitor." The servant's eyes rolled up to the whites, and he dropped to his knees. A creature that had the form of a human, but which had been macerated down to the exposed muscle to the bones, staggered into the study, spilling loose pieces of his own skin and fat onto the floor in his wake. He seemed not to miss the dropped pieces much, but endeavored to fill his belly with replacement flesh from the servant. He bit into the servant's neck and shoulder, tearing away a healthy piece and spraying himself in a shower of the man's blood. As the creature's face and shredded neck were painted in fresh blood, the chewed pieces of the servant fell out of the open neck and out of sizable ulcers in the exposed stomach. The zombie took another bite of the shoulder to replace that and swallowed it to fall out on the floor as well. The servant fell to his face, revealing older tears in the back of his coat and the flesh underneath. The musketeers scrambled away from where they had stood at attention. Having seen a zombie in the woods largely still whole, this despicable monster's form was terrifying. They ran headlong into the captain's bookshelves, spilling manuscripts which had previously survived the chaos and destruction of the estate. D'Artagnan was filled with a rage that made him shake. Seeing this dead man in this state reminded him of all the people he had failed to save in Meung, not the least of which being his own children. D'Artagnan drew his rapier from the loop on his belt and growled in visceral time and tone with the intruding zombie. D'Artagnan cried, "You thief! You will die for what you have taken from me!" The creature's bloodshot eyes rolled and lit on D'Artagnan, focusing upon his voice. D'Artagnan charged and speared his point into its face, tearing the skin that had remained over the cartilage of its nose. The sword punctured out the back of the skull from the force of the thrust. The monster fell and snapped D'Artagnan's newly restored blade in two. He dropped the foil guard to the floor between the bodies and stared. He felt no better for the swift delivery of revenge. Even if this was one of the many children of the damned from out of Meung, the act, though necessary by some measures, failed to bring back his murdered children, wife, and people. Captain Tréville cleared his throat behind D'Artagnan and said, "Becoming a musketeer is not automatic. There is usually an ordeal involved, although I surmise you have experienced many ordeals of late. I can offer you admittance to our order on a provisional basis, sir, before our journey to Paris to warn the king and cardinal commences." "I'm old, and feel older every day," D'Artagnan said. "Swordplay is a young man's game, and my sword is broken." "We can give you a replacement sword," Tréville said. "We have many lying around unclaimed due to the recent events. Porthos, go retrieve D'Artagnan a sword." Porthos looked at the door and back at the captain. "Down there? Perhaps I stay here to protect you, sir, and one of the others goes." "Curse you, Porthos," Athos said. "I'll go." Aramis stepped over the bodies and through the open door. Porthos called, "Don't get yourself bitten." Tréville went to his desk and rummaged through the drawers. More papers sailed out on the wind over the edge towards the approaching forces of the undead scattered out across the entire property. Captain Tréville did not seem to notice. He used a plume and the ink across the surface of the desk from an overturned well. He scribbled out several lines of a letter and folded it into an envelope without giving it time to dry. He held out the envelope to D'Artagnan. "Accept these papers of introduction for our trip to Paris, D'Artagnan. I vouch for your courage and your provisional status as a musketeer for the king." D'Artagnan reached for the note when the servant bolted up onto his hands and knees. Diluted blood oozed thick from his mouth over his teeth. He cast his milky eyes upon the forms of Tréville and D'Artagnan before scrambling up and charging forward with arms extended. To their credit, the two full-fledged musketeers present drew their weapons this time. But the undead servant was already past them. He did not seem to recognize his former master any longer as anything other than meat. The zombie servant only had his stomach for a master, and his jaws were open and ready to serve. Having no weapon of his own, D'Artagnan stepped back from the captain and the charge. At the last moment, Tréville scrambled back up onto the desk, inking the back of his pants. The servant snatched the letter of introduction in his teeth out of the captain's grasp. Having missed the captain's fingers, the servant pumped his feet to try to come to a halt and change direction, although his dead reflexes were understandably slow to respond. He came up just short of the burnt edge of the study and turned himself about for another go. The floor cracked and then fell away under him, dropping the servant down to the lower level. D'Artagnan leaned to look over without getting closer to the unsure boards. The servant's body was twisted on the tile below from the landing, but he still moved and pulled himself along the floor towards the stairs again for another go. Porthos called, "Aramis, sir, be aware of the servant if you will." M. de Tréville rubbed his empty hands together. "Perhaps I shall rewrite the papers later, and we instead make to vacate the property now." He found no argument from his men. Chapter 4. Churchman, the king of this world, and the army of the next. The road to Paris was uneventful. There were thieves and bandits. There was traffic in both directions, and fights. But the concerns of living men, both good and evil, seemed tame and domesticated compared to the savagery that was exposed in a dead man's body, separated from spirit. They had little trouble securing quarters within Paris, as their numbers had dwindled to a small band instead of a full fighting force. While entertaining the ladies of the houses where they stayed, the men took their legendary drinking to new levels and extended their entertainment well into the night. This created quite an uproar in the city, where the Cardinal Richelieu and his men were already about stirring up sentiment against the musketeers. Captain Tréville scolded the 3+1 man in public, even though D'Artagnan had not participated as long or as enthusiastically, but he congratulated them in private. As no time was to be lost, Tréville had left them to their own devices and vices so that he could gain audience with the king, and he reported immediately to the Louvre. It was already too late. The king was already closeted with the cardinal, and M. de Tréville was told that the king was busy and could not receive him at the moment. In the evening, Tréville attended the king's gambling table, where the king was winning and seemed in good spirits as a result. It was therefore both the best and worst time to approach him with disheartening news. "Come here, Monsieur Captain, come here," the king said, waving one hand clad with rings of enough gold and jewels to feed the city for a week. "Come here that I may growl at you." Captain Tréville did come, but D'Artagnan reported on behalf of Tréville in the history that the captain was then unsure about springing the news of the zombies upon the king. If the king was going to do the growling, then telling him of the growling undead spreading across the land seemed somewhat untimely. But what else was he to do then? The king continued, "His Holy Eminence is making fresh claims and accusations against your musketeers. Devils these men are. They should be hanged." "No, sire," Captain Tréville dared to disagree, but even as he did, sweat erupted upon his brow for the stress of the act. "There are devils in the land which must indeed be dealt with in short order, but the musketeers are your loyal protectors and defenders. As with all things they undertake, both on and off duty, they do so with enthusiasm. Listen to Monsieur Treville. The king made a flourish around the table, and the men there made a motion to enthusiastically agree with whatever the king was about to say, as if they themselves were nothing more than marionettes putting on a show of being company for the king. He talks of his scoundrel band as if they were a religious community. I have a mind to take away your commission, and give it to Mademoiselle de Camelot, to whom I promised an abbey. Do not think I will take your bare words on this nor any other subject, Monsieur de Treville, and by and by, we shall see the truth of things. Wise as always, sire, Treville said, taking a moment to swallow on his dry throat before continuing. You are a wise ruler indeed, who seeks the best for his people and his land. I recognize flattery, Captain, the king said. I do not dismiss it, mind you, and I have grown accustomed to it like a favorite meal. But I do recognize it when it is served to me all the same. Yes, sire, Treville said, taking a moment to swallow again. I will take my leave and wait upon your justice and mercy. Wait, Captain! The king continued at the table while Treville stood waiting for several minutes. As it would happen, fortune turned. The king began to lose what he had won in the interval that he had the captain standing and waiting. Finally the king called to another. Les Vieux, take my place. I must talk with Monsieur Treville on a matter of importance. Ah, I have 80 louis before me. Put down the same sum, so that they who have lost may have nothing to complain of. Justice before everything. As the king stood and turned to take his leave, the crowd present sang his praise to his back. Turning with Treville, he walked with him to the embrasure of the window. Tell me what it is that you need to discuss with me, the king said. I have you in one ear and the holy cardinal in the other, pulling my mind in two directions at once. If this continues, my skull shall split like Jupiter under Vulcan's hammer, and I shall fall dead. There is grave danger in the land which has come to my attention, even destroyed my very home, felled my own force down to my trusted 3. It is a grave danger from the very grave which calls for past quarrels to be put aside if we are even to survive, Treville said. Is this related to the devils that threatened the land to whom you referred earlier when I accused the musketeers of being the same? The king asked. The same, I'm afraid, sire, Treville said. The king cast his eyes upon the darkness of the window. Treville could not tell if the king was looking outside to the city he ruled, or upon his own reflection staring back at him. The king said, I like you better when you were serving me flattery. Yes, sire. Tell me of these devils, captain. D'Artagnan, sire, is a man of Meung, who I trust. He came to report the stirrings of a revolution, even as the same uprising drove me from my home in flames. The king's brow furrowed, but then smoothed again. Easy enough, captain. If your forces have been depleted, I can call upon the cardinal to deploy his men to crush this thing with promises of fortune and favor. Crushing rebellions before they become full revolutions is the work of being a king. You did not have to go through such pageantry to get action on this. A letter would have been enough, Captain. Captain M. de Treville bowed his head and held his hands. He said, With respect, sire, this is more than a simple uprising of discontents. The king sighed and said, Have you listened to their boisterous complaints, and now my own captain sympathizes with their plights? Is that it? No, sire, they have no voice or demands at all. They use their teeth only for chewing, and their fingers for drawing blood. There is no reason or life with these creatures. That's the spirit, the king said. Such men only understand violence and death, and I shall see that a clear understanding is delivered to them. This thing is centered in Meung, you said. Yes, sire, but it is spread out into the countryside. It is the walls of Paris itself that should be our concern now. The king said, Such is always my concern, Captain. I assure you, I know a thing or two about squashing rebellions. It is always the head that must be destroyed. Captain Treville was taken back by the accuracy in the statement. Yes, sire. Once the head is cut off or crushed under the heel like the devil's serpent, the body withers and dies. That is true, even in this case, sire, but these rebels are already dead, Captain Treville endeavored to explain. Again, that is the spirit, the king said. I'm sorry I ever doubted your loyalty, or that of your brave men. I shall honor your surviving musketeers for their bravery, and this man D'Artagnan that abandoned his rebellious village to come here, warning to you and me. We shall put on a great ceremony in their honor before the people." "Thank you, sire," Tréville said. "The men will be thrilled. I shall bring your concern to the cardinal to solicit his aid on your behalf." The king clapped Tréville on the shoulder and made to take leave. "A moment longer, if you please, sire," Tréville said. "I fear I have done a poor job of fully explaining the source of this danger, and I would be a terrible servant of the king, indeed, if I did not do better at communicating the vital information about the enemy." The king stared for a moment and then said, "Speak." Tréville nodded and then said, "When I said to you that the enemy was dead, I meant so in a more literal sense." "Explain," the king demanded. "Are you saying they have already been dealt with, and you are merely here to report your victory?" "No, sire. We felled some, but not all. Not nearly all. Some of our own ranks had to be dispatched." The king's eyes widened. "Members of the Musketeer joined the rebellion? This is pure outrage. This will not be allowed to stand, Captain." "That is not exactly what I am saying," Tréville said. "It is like a disease that sets into the body but does not take effect until after death. The infected persons descend into death, only to rise again hungry for human flesh and devoid of both soul and mind. They are the decaying body, only powered by the curse and determined to spread it." "It sounds as if you are speaking in religious symbolisms again," the king said. "I know how it sounds, sire, but I am speaking in the practical. This outbreak is actually occurring within your kingdom and is spreading towards Paris. It threatens the lives of every living citizen. None are safe. The only cure is to destroy their brains by blade, blunt force, or some equally permanent blow. This must be done quickly to ensure that the curse is contained and prevented from spreading to every village and Paris itself." The king said, "Outbreak?" "Yes, sire." "I will have to think on this. You bring report of fantastic things, Captain." "I understand, sire. Fantastic, yes, but nonetheless true." The king said, "I will have to take the counsel of the others to determine the best course of action, Captain. As I told you before, I cannot merely take your bare word at such a thing. I'll need to hear the reports and thoughts of others." "I understand, sire." "Can I find you again here in Paris, or will you have returned to your estate to await my decision, Captain?" Captain Tréville looked out the window, but all he saw was the darkness. "I think we will stay in Paris. My home is in disrepair, I fear." "Very good," the king said. "I will plan the ceremony to honor you and your men soon as well." "Thank you, sire." Tréville watched as the king returned to his gambling table. It was then that the captain left the quarters. He was exhausted from his night of camping in the woods after being displaced from his estate. He slept while the musketeers reveled. It was the next morning that he discovered the uproar for their debauchery, and he gave them their public scolding. It was all quite understandable considering the king's original declaration of hanging for the men. They were quite happy to hear of the possibility of being honored by the king in ceremony. As the wait for the king's answer dragged on, the men decided to go celebrate their honor. Tréville beseeched them to avoid conflict with the cardinal's men, both for the sake of peace and due to their mismatch in numbers. The men agreed, and at the time they sincerely believed they would be able to keep their oath. While the wait had gone on for Tréville, the musketeers, and D'Artagnan, the first meeting between the king and Cardinal Richelieu had gone forth, but not as Tréville would have hoped. At the time, the musketeers and D'Artagnan were in the dark as to what had transpired. D'Artagnan would find out some time later and transcribe the conversation from that meeting into his history. The cardinal said, "Outbreak? Do you understand the word?" the king asked. "I understand what it means to break," the cardinal said. "I understand when something goes out from the source. I understand what rebellion is. I also know that Tréville and his unruly men understand rebellion better than anyone." "Regardless of your opinion of the man and his men," the king said, "what of the report and the danger to the kingdom from this outbreak and curse? I do not need the consequences of this thing falling upon my head, Cardinal." Cardinal Richelieu said, "Then you must consider the more dire consequences of acting upon a false report." The king stared for a moment and said, "Explain your meaning, sir." "I mean," said the cardinal, "that the captain himself indicated to you that his own men had been swept up in this supposed rebellion, and had to be put down by the last few loyal to his command. Is that not what he said?" "That is the kernel of the thing he said," the king said. "Go on." "It is possible, nay, likely, that the captain wishes to sweep these around the king up into a fervor of bringing punishment down upon the heads of loyal subjects throughout the kingdom to cover for his own well-documented failing to control his own men. Such a thing would stoke the fires of the very rebellion that he claims to be trying to extinguish in your name. Then, sire, you will have your outbreak." The king stared down at the floor and then turned his attention back upon the cardinal. "So what is your recommendation, Cardinal Richelieu?" The cardinal said, "Do not send your forces out after fantastic lies. You have your real enemy here within the city waiting. Let me use my men instead to watch the captain and his musketeers. They are slaves to their own dark, sinful natures. Like all liars, their actions will eventually reveal the truth. Once they are found out, we can act and see the real threat is locked away finally." The king thought for a moment and said, "Fine, watch them. But do not provoke a conflict and try to sell that to me as the truth we are waiting for. Being lied to by holy men is no better than having it done by recognized scoundrels. I think you are flirting with insulting the church, the bride of Christ, sire," the cardinal said with his face reddening. "No," the king said, "not at all. Merely you, sir. If you do as you say you will do, then there will be no problem, and that is all I ask." The cardinal still turned and left the king's presence in a manner that indicated that he was fully insulted. Having no recourse to turn that anger and insult back upon the king, the cardinal passed it on to the heads of his own men, stirring them up in anger as they went out to track and watch the actions of the musketeers. In the same way the curse of Meng spread through the bite of the zombie, the anger of the cardinal spread through his bite and primed his men for trouble. And on their way to the quarters of the musketeers they found a man they thought to be a drunkard staggering through the center of the dark streets of Paris. The man was snapping and growling. Though he was incoherent, wet, and wavering on his feet, he still advanced on the cardinal's men, and they began pushing him back and forth between them for sport. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis, with D'Artagnan in tow, made their way down to one of the taverns to have their brands of fun typically sought. They passed the cardinal's men on the corner having sport with the strange man. The musketeers immediately recognized the men both by their uniforms and their behavior towards others. Porthos said, "This would be the perfect opportunity to teach those oafs a lesson in respect which is long overdue." Aramis said, "Captain Trevo's instructions were quite clear, sir. Even were they not, the difference in our numbers to their patrol is plain enough." D'Artagnan was glad that Aramis had voiced the thought. D'Artagnan was new to the party, and did not yet have a comfortable feel for giving such reprisal to one of the musketeers. Athos said, "It hardly seems right to let them harass a man like that without a price paid." "What are we here for if not to stand in the place of justice when no other man will?" "I thought we came out to drink and carouse with women," Aramis said. "We did," Porthos agreed. "But what story would we rather tell the women over our drinks? That we walked by the man being waylaid by evil men, or we set the evil men on their heels for their evil deeds?" "We passed plenty of evil men on our way here," Aramis said. "We could have set any of them upon their heels if either needed stories to tell or felt some grand calling to justice." "We were in a hurry then," Porthos said. "Yes," Athos agreed. "Now we are just waiting for the king to decide what to do about the zombie plague and when to properly honor us." "And to that end," D'Artagnan said, "we were instructed by the captain to avoid the cardinal's men and create no trouble to further exculpate the king." Porthos looked at the others and asked, "Why did we bring him?" "He is one of us and lifted his blade and his voice to save us in the woods," Athos said. "And again in the study," Aramis added. Porthos said, "Still, he is provisional, and if we are to follow his example, should we not stand up for this man in the center of the circle of the cardinal's idiots?" Is that not what D'Artagnan would do if he were here? I am here, D'Artagnan said, and I just told you what I would do. I think we should obey the captain. There is a bigger fight than this quarrel with these cardinal's men. We have a nation to save from the teeth of death. No one asked you, Porthos said. I was speaking metaphorically of what D'Artagnan would do in this situation in the name of justice. D'Artagnan sighed. I would obey the captain. If I can live with walking away from my family and Mang, you can stand to put off your fight with the cardinal's men for a night. Porthos asked, Do you wish you had stepped in for your family, though, D'Artagnan? Or that had the Musketeers been there at the moment of peril, that we would have stepped in on your behalf? D'Artagnan turned away. I do not wish to have this discussion. Aramis said, And neither do I, Porthos. You are becoming the least fun among us. Is that the legacy you wish to leave with the Musketeers? Certainly not, Porthos said. Then we should away before the cardinal's men are onto us. The trio, plus D'Artagnan, continued up the street finally. Porthos said, The tavern we have chosen lies outside of Paris for that very reason. The cardinal's men were ordered to remain in Paris. We will be unbothered. Weren't we too ordered to remain in Paris? Athos said. We are musketeers, and they are men of the cardinal. Orders are different for us, Porthos said. Suggestions? D'Artagnan asked. Exactly, Porthos agreed. I'm glad we brought you along, D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan paused again, looking back at the man in the middle. Something about his gait bothered D'Artagnan. He said, Perhaps we should see to the man to be sure the cardinal's men have not happened upon trouble. Aramis groaned and said, Learn to recognize a victory, D'Artagnan. Do not snatch defeat from the jaws of a battle won. Aramis took hold of D'Artagnan's collar and pulled him along with the others. As the musketeers made their way towards the edge of the city, the cardinal's men became aware of the presence of their foes during the delay. They cast the drunkard aside in the gutter, telling him to take his lesson to go and sin no more. As they discussed among themselves how far they should follow the musketeers, and what they might do with them once they were away from the eyes of witnesses within Paris, the drunkard struck and locked his teeth upon the forearm of one of the commanders of the cardinal's men. He turned in a full circle trying to shake the man off. The others struggled to pry the fellow's teeth free, taking nasty bites to their own fingers. Finally, they dragged the man to the ground. As the fellow continued to bite, they began raining blows down upon his head until he ceased. Even if they were not planning to step outside of Paris before, the cardinal's men had a body to dispose of now, so they carried it out of the city under the cover of night as they tracked the musketeers. Chapter 5. Uninvited Guests. The musketeers found their tavern and entered in a more pleasant mood than they had been during their argument over the behavior of the cardinal's men. They were greeted at the door by two men bearing musketons. The shorter barrels were no less daunting when the dark bores were aimed at one's head. D'Artagnan wrote that he had two thoughts at this point. One was that should he be felled with a bullet hole through his head, he would at least be reassured that he would not return as a zombie. The downside of that being that the part where he was actually dead. His other thought was that he found it suddenly odd that the musketeers being named in connection with their particular expertise and training with the musket would be so pronouncedly lacking in the weapons. He had quite literally not seen one firearm in the home or possession of the musketeers in his entire time with them. These thoughts were interrupted by the young man saying, "Welcome." Porthos looked from the weapons to the other men in back. "Is this strange welcome directed at us in particular for some reason, gentlemen?" One of the boys said, "Sorry for the trouble, sirs. There has been trouble in the countryside, and we are just checking for tears in the clothing or bites upon the skin. It will be difficult to explain, but this is important for the safety of our customers and your party included." "We understand," Aramis said. "A wise policy these days," D'Artagnan said. Athos added, "Do not want to let in the wrong kind these days." The men presented their arms and necks for inspection. They turned and let the boys look over their clothes. "Are we required to disrobe?" D'Artagnan asked. One of the boys waved the musketeers in with the barrel of his weapon. "That won't be necessary. If you have time to return home and change into clothes that are not ripped, then you do not have the ailment that concerns us. Enjoy your evening." As the Musketeers entered the cavern and D'Artagnan followed, he muttered to himself, "I'm not sure that is true at all." The drinks came quickly, and D'Artagnan joined in, keeping pace with the Musketeers as the best he might. The Musketeers were drinking to celebrate their coming honor, and the expressions of joy on their faces as they whispered in the ears of women in their laps seemed to show no residual sorrow for the recent loss of all their fellows. D'Artagnan, on the other hand, drank to blunt and wash away his pain and sorrow which lay just below his skin, always troubling him. Still, he did his best to contort his face into a mask of revelry and joy to please the wishes of his companions for the night. When the door of the tavern opened again, the trio sharing a table with D'Artagnan lost their expressions of joy in an instant. D'Artagnan turned to see the cardinal's men, the same that had been harassing the drunkard in Paris, now themselves standing in the door of the tavern. The argument at the door drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. Many were the unsavory sort that even in their best moods are not opposed to conflict and violence. Some, in fact, went out looking for it. With the unsettled mood brought on by the recent uncertainty with death, the populace was particularly prone towards conflict. This is how the conflict between the armed boys and the cardinal's men proceeded. The commander's arm was bandaged from the severe bite from the man he still thought to be a drunkard, but he hid the seeping wound underneath his sleeve. The bloody knuckles of his fellows were refusing to heal as well. But ruffians with bloody knuckles was no new thing. They had their fists closed and behind their backs during the argument. "We are the men that serve the cardinal," the commander was saying. "We will not submit to your inspection, and you do not want our unhappy intentions or that of our master, I assure you." The boys being the type that had grown up in respect and fear of the church, they submitted to the will of the cardinal's men and admitted them without inspection. They took a table in a far corner clearly chosen for its view of the Musketeers' table in the center of the room. Other patrons moved to other vectors of the room. Some chose to take their leave at that moment, feeling a level of tension and conflict beyond the usual variety they normally enjoyed. The choice of the second class of patrons to vacate may be the wisest choice, as their survival rate that night was much higher as a result. D'Artagnan turned himself back forward to the sour expressions of his fellows. He could feel their stares against his back, and it began to eat at his soul. He felt spiritual teeth from their dark hatred gnawing at him piece by piece. D'Artagnan felt his own anger rising and bubbling within him. He had not been a man prone to violence before these dark days of the zombie, but he found himself feeling the anger more and more. That moment under the dishonest watch of the cardinal's men had him burning against them in particular. Even as a provisional musketeer, he began to understand the desire of the other men to act out and extract a brand of justice against the men. The anger was like its own curse, infecting a man's heart. Once contracted, it set in and spread, eating away the life within. D'Artagnan wrote that he began to understand the seed of the inhuman darkness within that crept out to the decay surface upon the dark resurrection of the zombie. He began to understand and believe that the ground for the undead crop was plowed during life. The man planted and tended the seedlings of hate, anger, and rage during the days of a beating heart. Once injected with the curse and brought down to earth, that crop sprouted and broke white for the harvest. Even coming upon this truth, D'Artagnan could not settle his heart and spirit as he mounted his mutual hatred for the cardinal's men. For their part, the cardinal's men were burning from two wicks. On the one end, they had long tended their own crops of hatred for the musketeers, and the time for reaping that harvest was coming. On the other end, they had a more direct poison of the curse coursing through their bodies, pumped by a heart that was winding down like a neglected clock. Their outward bodies began to show the signs of decay from their diseased spirits. The skin started to take on a wooden coloration. Their pallor glossed with sweat and became waxy towards the texture of death. As the commander wiped at his brow with his sleeve, it pulled up, revealing a bandage that was turned black from the seepage of the wound. The black center was haloed with a most unhealthy yellow and green. They looked about to one another. Their fevered minds had a sense that there was something wrong, but being out of their usual faculties, they could not place their ailment for what it was. Their anger against the musketeers was so long-standing that they all associated their discomfort and disease with their foe across the room. When a man is unhappy or uneasy, he tends to blame another for those failings before he thinks to look within for the source of his troubles. The Cardinals' men, being of lesser character than most, even more so, focused on their targets as the cause of their troubles. As it came to a head, the Cardinals' men rose to their feet and wavered there, eyeing the musketeers. The trio of the surviving musketeers stood in response, and the women from their laps found somewhere else to be. D'Artagnan stood and turned with hand on the hilt of his sword. He focused first on the commander's badge. At first, he associated their poor color with the light in the tavern. But then, their uneven stances triggered recognition within D'Artagnan. The Cardinals' men were still alive, but D'Artagnan saw the drive behind their eyes as being the growing curse of the zombie. He wondered if during the conflict the men might not try to bite the musketeers from growing instinct within them. "I think we should run away," D'Artagnan said. "I will not entertain cowardice, D'Artagnan," Porthos said. "If you want to run away, you keep going until you reach Meung again, and there lay down where you belong." Aramis said, "They brought this fight to us. Better we have it here than back in Paris, if it must be had." D'Artagnan said, "I sense something else is afoot." "Find the sense of courage within you," Athos said. "We are here because you brought us to Paris on your mission." The boys at the door were distracted by the rising conflict and turned their attention inward instead of towards the outside. As such, they did not see the unwanted visitors until they had already entered and were upon them. The first through the door was missing his lips, giving his teeth more immediate access. He bit through the boy's neck and tore the backbone loose from the flesh. The zombie whipped its head from side to side, trying to tear the treat loose from the body. The unusual point of the bite and the surprise of the attack caused the boy's muscles to tighten and jerk. He released the hammer on his weapon and sparked the flint while he happened to aim at the table of the Cardinal's men. The ball blasted through the wound in the Cardinal's arm, setting him to screaming. The shot continued to travel and smash through the ribs of another man, casting him back into his seat slumped in death. The brother of the bitten boy let out his own cry of war. He placed the barrel of his weapon against the temple of the lipless beast, chewing out his dear brother's backbone. He fired, exploding the zombie's head like a rotten pumpkin. All that was left was the body, which collapsed without the head, and the teeth still locked on the extracted spine. The first brother's muscles relaxed, and he fell to the floor. More of the undead poured through the door, overwhelming the surviving guard. Some fell upon the boy on the floor, as if he were served up upon a plate for them. The others pushed into the second boy, walking him backward into the tavern. He fended them off with his bare hands admirably for a few moments. He backed into a table and fell to his back upon it. The zombies surrounded him and tore open his guts with their hands before ducking their heads in to feast. The continued flow of the dead mob fanned out after the other patrons. Most did not possess weapons. They flipped tables to create barriers against the zombies. Others lifted their chairs and used the legs to fend off the teeth and hands of the monsters. Some managed to survive for a while. Others found themselves swept over by the sheer weight of the bodies pressing forward against them. The Cardinal's men found themselves pinned into the corner they had chosen for its view. The alcove had the potential for a formidable defensive position, but the men were already sickened by previous bites. They had their swords out, up, and ready from the moment their commander had screamed, but they lacked the knowledge of how to properly deal with a zombie. They fell into methods which were for a man that still had his organs, such as his heart, liver, or kidneys. These things, being redundant within the undead, found the Cardinal's men striking out against their new enemies, but making no progress. The zombies still breathed and moaned, so they used their lungs for that reason that D'Artagnan never quite deciphered. However, when the sword punctured the air sacs, letting them hiss out through the dead's chest, the zombies seemed not the least bit dissuaded from their hungry assault. For using a wholly unaffected method of attacking and being stricken before the fight, the Cardinal's men held their own with surprising vigor for a time. They even struck a couple in the head by chance, but did not seem to make the connection that this was how to defeat them. Then, their fellow that had taken the bullet to the rib revived and rose ready to fight again. His friends seemed bothered that he was jostling them and not drawing his sword to do his part. One elbowed the man to back him off his sword arm. Another shoved the man's head away when his foul breath hit his face. The commander was clutching his own arm from his double wound and sought to reprimand the unruly man for his behavior. The man neglected to salute, but instead sunk his teeth into the commander's neck. This act disrupted the formation of the Cardinals' men greatly, and their defensive position fell apart quickly. The musketeers cast their own table aside, spilling unfinished drinks on the floor behind them. Porthos took a moment to look upon the waste with great regret, but rallied himself and focused on the undead threat filling into the tavern around them. "This seems to be getting out of hand quickly," Aramis said. Athos said, "There seems to be one door, and it is open to the gates of hell, as it would appear." "That is the way we must get out," Porthos said. "We will either need to brain all the zombies or take down enough of them to create an exit for ourselves." "If we try to end them all," Aramis said, "we will find ourselves having to end a second wave of recruits among the other patrons." "Cutting an immediate exit seems to be the prudent choice," D'Artagnan said. "Get started then, man of Mang," Porthos said. They raised their swords and began to attempt just that. They stayed tight together and waited for the zombies to come to them instead of reaching out to attack them. A few of the creatures were distracted by the blood and screams at other points in the tavern, so they turned aside to another target, saving the musketeers the trouble. The ones that did advance upon them found a point into their skulls, ending their unrest. The musketeers made slow advancing progress, along the floor approaching the door. The closer they drew, the more of the zombies that fell upon the quartet first. It began to look that all of France had turned zombie, and were coming to this singular tavern to join the party. Very soon, they would be able to burn the entire structure down around them and end the outbreak in one motion. Finally, the flood subsided, and the musketeers were only concerned with the last uninvited guests between them and the door. However, a few of the creatures milling about between the clusters of the dead, feeding on the bodies around the tables and floor, turned on the musketeers who stood out as survivors. The commander from among the cardinal's men rose up again and made to harass the musketeers even after his death. It was Porthos that stabbed the commander through the eye, dropping him to the floor to stay. The cardinal's men happened to see it and cried out in outrage. They left their struggle with the zombies and made to press an attack on the musketeers that had just come within reach of the exit they desired. The musketeers prepared for a hard fight from the vengeful men. Instead, the zombies piled around the cardinal's men, cutting off their intended attack. In that way, the zombies severed an inadvertent ally of the musketeers. The trio plus one cleared the doorway in the lull and escaped into the night. They found more trouble in the road outside the tavern, and they made their way back to Paris, leaving the cardinal's men and the patrons to fend for themselves. The zombies dispersed before the outskirts of the city, but the musketeers had small hope that this peace would last. The undead revolution was advancing. The drunkard in the city had been identified as a zombie, and would likely not be the last. As the musketeers sought out their own captain to report new developments, the cardinal's men finally made their exit as well. Though they had taken more bites, their only immediate losses provided the commander and the fellow that took the stray shot to the ribs. They returned to their barracks, lacking the energy to make their usual noise. Still, the report of Porthos slaying the commander reached Cardinal Richelieu, and he made noise enough for all of them. As the men slept off their wounds, the cardinal plotted against Captain de Tréville and his musketeers. Chapter 6. Addressing the people. The cardinal's men festered within their bunks, growing sicker and sicker through the night. They did not rise the next morning, as Cardinal Richelieu prepared formal charges against the musketeers. The men stared blankly at the ceiling, breathing shallow and unblinking. The men that had not been on the fateful patrol separated themselves from the bunks of the suffering men, assuming they were stricken with some species of pox, and thus they thought to keep themselves distanced from the disease. As such, they did not notice when the harsh breathing of the men ceased, one by one. The one that roused breathing, but no longer alive, set upon those that had not yet expired. The blood that splattered the walls was nearly black with the advancing curse. As the supply of living bodies were used up in the bunk, the zombified members of the cardinal's men wandered into the hallways and into the other chambers. The men were largely unarmed within their barracks, and they found themselves quickly overtaken, expired, and revived hungry themselves. Cardinal Richelieu had not helped his cause from days of sulking and the perceived insult from his last meeting with the king. He had not frequented the king's gaming table any of the nights since. Being absent from the king's sight, the concerns of the cardinal were soon dim on the king's mind. Word of the conflict between the musketeers and the cardinal's men reached the king in a vague way. Being that there were no witnesses left alive from the citizens in the tavern, and the patrol that had been present were themselves losing their powers of speech, the exact report of the death of the commander at the hand of Porthos was blunted, while Cardinal Richelieu drew up his charges. The king had a practice of addressing the people once a week. It was a time that he assured them that all was well, and reminded them to whom they owed their respect. As the zombie outbreak had spread in the land, the mood of the distress had gradually grown within Paris. To the king, it sounded as if a common revolution and stirrings of rebellion was afoot, and finding no names of specific rebels banded about the city, he assumed it was a disorganized affair at that. Rumors of zombies started to pass from the lips of the commoners, but they seemed nothing more than rumors. The king determined to squash the distress and the talk with his weekly address. He also decided this was a good opportunity to get done with the business of honoring the musketeers, who had been about fighting back the disorganized rebels. He would be done with it all before breakfast, so he called early to gather people for the address and summoned Captain de Tréville and his men for the same. Cardinal Richelieu became aware of the subject of the address and the ceremony for the musketeers late. He was further insulted and enraged by the news with his papers of condemnation in hand. He neglected to return to the barracks as he made his way quickly to the address. He knew it was too late to call the thing off, but he would be able to serve his demand of warrants of arrest the moment the king stepped away from the eyes of the people. So, Cardinal Richelieu was unaware of the disorder among his undead men who were just then beginning to find the doors leading outside the barracks. Even if the cardinal's men were not setting to the streets to harass the people of Paris, zombies from the countryside began that morning to wander into the streets of the city, following the smells and sounds of life, drawing them in. By the time the king took to the balcony above to the assembled people of Paris, the roadways leading out of Paris were blocked, and the spread of disorder had just begun in earnest. Captain Tréville and the musketeers, with D'Artagnan, took to the balcony behind the king. The cardinal had reached the place too, and stood back in the shadow of the wings, seething at the sight of the backs of the musketeers wishing them harm. Had he been a man of action, his hatred in that moment might have been enough for him to strike. The queen walked past Cardinal Richelieu, greeting her with a mask of civility hiding the darkness within him. The king raised his voice and his hands to address the people. "Your fears are not justified, my people. The kingdom is safe, and you are protected by men such as these musketeers. The idea of a rebellion was not allowed to take seed, and the nonsense was stamped down. You prosper in the peace." D'Artagnan thought about the tavern and the zombies stalking through the estate of M. de Tréville. These were the ones they left behind as they fled. Having nothing better to do, he imagined the dead souls might have wandered after them towards Paris, one plotting step after another. D'Artagnan could not remember if they had even dealt with the servant that had fallen from the edge of the study. He could be dragging himself along French soil towards them at the moment. D'Artagnan thought about the drunkard with his lifeless gait that the cardinal's men were harassing before the double invasion of the tavern. D'Artagnan wondered about where that creature might be creeping about the city. He wrote that at the time he did not know about the men hiding the body, and that in fact the spread of the curse was far worse at that moment than the one zombie drunkard alone might be. The king continued to speak, while D'Artagnan pined into the darkness of his own mind, and fears even as the king commanded all not to fear. "We will patrol the city and police the streets. From the common burglary to the most nefarious criminal, we will put them down so that you can walk in peace and confidence within and without the city." D'Artagnan heard a noise behind him. It was merely the scratch of a shoe against the stone of the balcony with some grit between. With the recent onslaught of zombies in his life, he was prone to hear every sound as a threat from a dead, creeping thing. He turned in time to see a shadow draw back behind the wall. He had not seen the cardinal in person before that point, so to him it was just some dark figure. The reaction was too lively to be a zombie as he originally feared, but the fear and the threat of danger lingering with him despite the confirmation that he was being stalked by a living man. He tried to continue to watch for the figure to re-emerge, but Aramis elbowed D'Artagnan to face forward again at attention as the king spoke. So he did. "Find your courage again," the king said. "Serve your God, your king, your country with full faith and strength of body, mind, and soul." Out along the edge of the square where the sound carried poorly and most of the citizens on the perimeter just stood for show, the trouble began. It began as jostling and foul words exchanged. The policing the king was promising wasn't present at the moment, so the citizens took it upon themselves to shove back. When teeth had sunk into flesh of those that had extended their arms into the range of undead jaws to shove away the offenders, yelling began. At first, it was yells of outrage and shock. As flesh was torn by the relentless jaws, the cries became shrill tones of utter terror. The citizens closer to the center that could still hear the king's words up until the screaming started proceeded to call for fellows to be still and quiet. The king mistook the first sounds of distress as cheers of approval, so he took it as encouragement. "With great joy, I announce that greater stores of food will be coming to the city soon to fill your empty bellies. You will feast plenty." The first victims in the square fell, and the zombies pressing in from the sides split between attacking the meaty portions of the bodies and proceeding towards the next. Unsuspecting citizens still dutifully facing the king as they were stalked by the dead from behind. The first of the felled and gnawed commoners rose and went to feed themselves in death in a most uncommon manner. "It is with great joy, then, that I take this occasion to honor the Musketeers for their support and great sacrifices in fighting for peace and prosperity that we now all enjoy under my name," the king said. D'Artagnan narrowed his eyes and watched out over the square. He saw the undulations of the crowd that reminded him of ants falling upon an injured grasshopper, tearing it apart in a writhing mass. He swallowed and said, "I think something is amiss. Do you see the trouble, gentlemen?" The king broke his speech and glanced back in the direction of the Musketeers. He turned back forward and stammered over his next few words, trying to regain his train of thought after the distraction. The set of his shoulders and timbre of his voice indicated his great irritation for having been taken out of what he still viewed at that moment as a great connection with the people in the delivery of his words. Captain Tréville leaned out and glared at D'Artagnan. "Silence yourself, fool! What are you attempting to do here?" Porthos elbowed him on the other side. "Always with you, D'Artagnan." The crowd began to sense trouble as the undead revolutionaries fell upon men and women on both sides of them with no regard or ordered reason. As they saw bellies ripped open and intestines pulled out of screaming victims and ropey links, their suspicions were replaced by great desire to flee to safety. Most ran headlong into the teeth and hands of more zombie attackers. Some of the hands and teeth tearing into them were formerly friends and family that very morning. This added to the terror and confusion. It finally reached a point where the square was beset on all sides by the dead, with the life and blood being squeezed out in the middle. The king finally realized that there was a greater distraction from his great words below than the quiet jabber from behind. He actually planted his hands upon the stone railing and leaned out over to look in a long pause that went from dramatic to dumbfounded. The king stammered again, but then blurted out, "I said not to fear. I command it." The cry rose up on the voices below him, fighting desperately and hopelessly for the retention of their lives. The words had drifted into their ears from off the countryside in rumors in the days preceding this terrible assault. Now, with the teeth of the dead upon their flesh, they screamed the word up past the king towards the heavens. "Zombies!" The king watched the blood spill and witnessed the arms and legs being pulled from their sockets. He saw the dead bodies lift themselves and the broken pieces still attached to the head dragging themselves through the slaughter. Still, the king declared, "There are no zombies!" A few of the recently resurrected citizens of Paris awoke in death to find themselves lacking weight from pieces torn and chewed away from their bodies. They awoke, staring up at the king's balcony with the king himself staring over down into their faces. They heard his words, even though they had not the mind left to comprehend them. For some of the rabble, it was not that much of a change in their mental capabilities. Still, with their lighter frames and their desperate hunger, they were able to pull themselves up the decorative abutments towards the railing. The king saw their approach, and though every part of him told him that it was politically expedient to continue to deny the progress of the undead revolution, he backed away from their vertical approach and shouted, "Zombies! Musketeers! There are zombies upon us!" Captain Treville drew his rapier and led forward, as a rare man worthy of such commission in such time would. "Men, on guard!" The trio and D'Artagnan drew their swords as well. The king backpedaled as the musketeers moved in front of him. The battered and bloody heads of the unsettled populace of Paris rose up above the edge of the railing, slobbering, snapping, and slithering tongues out from between their teeth, desiring to get a taste of the royalty. The captain, the musketeers, and D'Artagnan thrust, retreated, and thrust again. As quickly as blades exited eye sockets, the bodies dropped away to splatter truly lifelessly against the hard surface of the square below. Just as quickly, new heads rose to replace them, and the process continued. Had there been more musketeers left, the process of defending the king's balcony would have been easier and faster. If there had been any fewer than the 5 present, they would not have stood a chance, and the crown would have been lost on the spot. The king pressed his back against the marble of the archway leading back into the chambers behind the balcony. The words that had escaped his lips were ones that he had never allowed himself to say in all his life up to that point. They were words that terrified him worse than uttering "zombie" aloud. He breathed out, "I was wrong. I was wrong!" One of the zombies tumbled over the railing and rolled between Porthos and Athos. It came to a stop on its belly, staring at the king, and dragged itself forward towards his royal ankles and calves. D'Artagnan broke formation and backtracked to overtake the maimed, but still deadly creature. He stabbed it through the ear and stilled it for good. As D'Artagnan extracted his blade, Captain Treville shouted back, "Return to your position, D'Artagnan, you rogue!" The captain's rapier wedged in a skull, and he struggled to bring it loose again without damaging the sword. In the lull, the 3 musketeers struggled to keep up with the rate of the assault. A high-pitched scream escaped from the archway. The king turned his head, expecting to see the queen, and he reached out his hand to comfort her, but instead he saw the cardinal. The king shook his head. "Richelieu?" Cardinal Richelieu stood full in the opening, staring with both his eyes and his jaws wide in shock. When the king discovered him and called his name, the cardinal was set into panic. He told the king the threat now pouring over his balcony had not been real. Now he was standing in the midst of his own failure, clutching papers of condemnation to his chest for the men the king was relying upon in that moment to rescue him from the jaws of death. The cardinal turned and ran back through the palace to flee to safer grounds. Whatever else might come of this, Cardinal Richelieu found himself undone. He would flee to safer lands where the zombies could not reach. He would trade power for his survival. He ran into the queen and staggered her. He dropped his papers in the floor and stepped on them as he fled onward without apology. This was the first time in her life that the queen had been bumped in such a way. Up to that point in her life, it was the greatest offense she had ever experienced. She stared after the fleeting cardinal, speechless for the experience. The zombies, with more limbs and body remaining, made their way up and over the railing faster than the quintet could dispatch them. Their fighting line backed up until they were themselves in the archway with the king. Captain Treville said, "We must away, sire." "Away?" the king said. "I will not walk away from my palace. I would be abdicating my throne. I won't do it." "They don't want your throne, sire," Porthos said, as he stabbed one of the creatures through the mouth. "They want your flesh. We save your throne by saving your skin." "We will not be safe outside the palace," the king said. "I and the queen would be exposed." "We will keep you safe, sire, I swear it." Captain Treville stabbed one through the nose and brought it to its back on the balcony. Before he could force his blade back out, another was upon his flank. Treville brought his elbow hard up under the thing's chin, slamming its jaw shut hard enough to crack some of its teeth. He extended his boot to the side, kicking it in the chest and staggering the undead attacker backwards. The zombie hit the small of its back against the railing, toppling over backwards. It opened its mouth again, dropping out broken teeth on the balcony before it fell back to the square below. Captain M. de Treville continued, "We will get you and the Queen to safety, sire, and then we will liberate the city and the land of these godless, lifeless traitors." The king said, "I commit my life and that of my Queen into your able hands." "They are upon us," Porthos said. "We must go now." Captain Treville gave the order, and they swept back into the archway with the king. Inside, they found the Queen still in a state of shock. They grabbed her up and forced her feet to move, thus adding to her feeling of offense. She was too surprised by it all to protest, so they were off. In the process, they ran over the top of the papers the cardinal had drawn up for their execution. The bloody feet of the zombie that followed them stuck to the papers and tracked them forward through the palace in pursuit. In that way, the dead endeavored to deliver the very execution called for in the drafts. At the end of the passage, they opened the doors to find a line of servants facing away. "Step aside," the king ordered. In response and defiance, the servants turned to reveal milky eyes and torn throats. They raised their arms and claws and growled out a cry for blood. The musketeers and their captain slammed the door back, but then the undead servants slammed into the opposing side, pushing them back and agape. The captain still tried to latch the doors, but the snapping teeth caused him to draw his fingers back. As more approached from the other end of the hall, the musketeers abandoned the door and let the servants force them open. The group of 7 sought another path out of the palace. The queen lamented, "I cannot fathom that our servants would turn on us even in death." Captain M. de Treville tried to comfort her by sharing, "I had a similar problem with a servant of my own recently." So onward they ran, seeking a path towards light and life outside of darkness and death. Chapter 7. Genesis of Death and Exodus Interrupted. Cardinal Richelieu fled from the palace just ahead of the influx of zombies through the various entrances which would foil the escape of the king and queen just moments behind him. He found his way through the streets by Providence between avenues on both sides which were clogged with the dead feeding upon the living. D'Artagnan wrote that it was as if the cardinal did have the hand of God upon him, and the fingers of the Lord cleared the cardinal a path through the bloody streets of Paris like a child drawing furrows through wet sand with the tip of a tiny finger. The cardinal used this preternatural fortune to make haste from the palace to the barracks of his men in record time. It was there that he found the doors opened and one hanging askew from a single hinge. This would have been the perfect sign to many men in the same situation that there was trouble. The off-centered door could have served as a flag of trouble, but the cardinal was currently suffering from the misfortune of great fortune which had allowed him to sprint through Paris unmolested by the hungry dead. As such, he felt a sense of holy safety and protection. It was with that he entered the barracks, still believing that he was the master that commanded the place, and all that were within. Cardinal Richelieu stepped inside and demanded, "Show yourselves, men! To arms! To arms!" He was then assailed from 2 sides. One sunk its teeth through the sleeve into the forearm just shy of the elbow. Another one took hold of the bicep with its jaws and ripped the muscle, painting his side in blood. Richelieu gave another high cry that the king had mistaken for the cry of the queen. The uniformed men on both sides pulled by their teeth and broke the balls from the sockets in each shoulder. The cardinal's voice managed to go even higher. He tried to escape their grasps with his broken, dislocated arms, turning in every unnatural direction within the flesh. He tilted his head to the side in pain. Another of his men bit through the exposed portion of the neck and pulled loose a sizable chunk of flesh from the site. To his credit, The Cardinal Richelieu died on his feet and never fell before turning into a zombie. He never straightened his head from where it tilted at a severe angle towards one shoulder, and he never lifted his dangling arms again. Meanwhile, at the same moment, back in the palace, the king, the queen, the captain, the musketeers, and D'Artagnan ran across the top of a banquet table through a great hall. The floors and other overturned tables in the room were clogged with zombified Parisians, reaching for the legs of the living, and crawling up onto the table behind them, trying to catch the feast running on the table. The table lifted up on the right side and threatened to spill before slamming back down with jarring force. Everyone staggered. The captain steadied the king behind him to keep him upright and moving forward while they still could. It was Porthos that seized the queen's behind to keep her from falling into the hands of the zombies. He held on long enough to be sure she still had her feet and was running. He also held on long enough to feel the plump substance of her nether regions before he let go again. Had he done the same thing in any other situation, he likely would have been cut down in death, with no papers of execution or arrest being drawn up. As it was, they ran off the end of the table, and he grabbed the queen again to help her down. They fled ahead of the mob for one of the doors. The flood of the hungry dead swept around on their flank and covered over the doors, which were unfortunately designed to open out. The musketeers and D'Artagnan took the lead to form a line against the cold, dead assault. Their rapiers, though swift and sure, proved underwhelming to the enemy, who gladly advanced the moment their fellows fell twice dead. The living party protecting the king was forced to fall back. They found another door leading into a parlor behind the main hall. Unfortunately, it was designed to open inward, so once they were through, the bodies piled up against it, adding weight upon weight. D'Artagnan and Aramis braced the door with their shoulders as pale hands clawed through the growing gap. "Move!" D'Artagnan ordered everyone above his rank. From soldier to captain to king, they followed his order gladly. As they made their way to the opposing door at the end of the parlor, a curtain stirred and a single female zombie in leather armor shuffled out towards the party. The cord from the drapery had tangled around her neck. "Athos, to your right, sir!" Aramis yelled. "Hurry, we cannot hold this much longer." "I see it," Athos said. He drew his sword, but then froze in front of her. Everyone watched his paralysis with wonder. She advanced on him. She took hold of the collar of Athos. She opened her jaw and turned her head to rip out his throat. If it was not for the cord bound around her neck, he would have been finished. As it was, she strained against the noose, drawing it tighter around her neck, constricting her throat and wrinkling her skin. "Athos!" Captain Trevo yelled from in front of the king and queen. "Finish her, and let's be gone." Porthos stepped forward with his sword drawn. "Am I going to have to do this for you, you fool? Is it all for one and one for all? United we stand, but divided we fall into some sort of stupor? Athos, wake up! What is wrong with you, man?" "I know her," Athos whispered. Porthos stopped just short of puncturing her eye as she continued to snap at the end of her rope. "What is that?" I know her," Athos repeated. "She was my ex-wife. She is Milady." "That is Milady?" Porthos said, looking at her move closely. "I hope she looked better in life than she does in undeath." The king said, "The church allowed you a divorce? How is that?" The queen gave the king a foul look. Milady the zombie reached out her hand, and the loose diamonds along with a broken bit of clasp and wire fell onto the floor of the parlor at her feet. The king leaned forward and looked. "Those are from the necklace I gave you as a gift. This rogue was here to steal from the queen before she turned zombie. I did not know she had become a thief, or a zombie." The queen whispered, "Or returning the diamonds." "How is that?" the king asked. "Nothing," the queen said, shaking her head. "You need to hurry," D'Artagnan said. "We are losing the battle on this end." "I can deal with her for you, Athos," Porthos said. "No," Athos said. "I should do it." He put his hand upon her chest as gently as D'Artagnan had ever seen anyone handle a zombie. She clawed and snapped at him, but Athos walked her backward. He reached the window, and when he leaned in towards her, D'Artagnan fully expected him to kiss her upon the lips. D'Artagnan also fully expected to see her tear his lips off in her teeth. But instead, he pushed her, sending her out dangling by the cord where she hanged. With the cord taut, D'Artagnan realized that both her neck and the cord had held. The door burst open into D'Artagnan and Aramis. Aramis staggered away, but D'Artagnan could not get his body free of the door, so he was swept along with it into the wall. It closed D'Artagnan into a tiny triangular cabinet formed by the door and the wall. He tried to push back, but the weight of the dead from the grand hall was against it as they flooded into the parlor. Aramis and the others made for the other end. D'Artagnan heard them call for him, but the door was pressed so hard into his chest that he could not draw air enough to answer. Finally, over the moan of the dead crossing the parlor, he heard the opposing door close and latch. Dead fists beat against its surface, but for the moment it held, trapping D'Artagnan in the parlor with the zombies. He pushed against the door again to free himself and expose himself to the zombies, but still they pressed him tight, unaware that he was there at all. Finally, one curious monster pulled at the door. D'Artagnan sucked in air and looked into the blank eyes of one of the dead servants. D'Artagnan was not sure what manner of the servant the man had been to the king in life, but in that moment he had done D'Artagnan a great service. If he had been pinned by the door but a moment longer, he would have blacked out. As a reward, D'Artagnan stabbed the point of his rapier through the dead man's eye, giving him the rest that the curse of Mang had denied him. D'Artagnan slipped out from behind the door, expecting a desperate and likely hopeless fight. The parlor was full, shoulder to shoulder with zombies. They milled about as if at a party where no one had anything to say to one another. Most seemed quite confused about where they were and where they were to go. D'Artagnan managed to slip around the door and back into the grand hall undetected. There was a vast number in there still, but the greater space and the flood into the parlor had allowed them to spread out. As they spotted D'Artagnan and started for him, he ran along the wall and back to the great doors. The zombies pursued him down the hallway as he backtracked, looking for another exit. In time, he started running into more and more of the zombies, following along the path they had fled previously. Soon he was turning down one blind corridor after another, simply trying to stay ahead of them. As they closed in from every side, he climbed onto a table, and from the table he leapt onto a cabinet. The zombies toppled the table and gathered around the base of the cabinet in mass, reaching up for him. D'Artagnan found himself surrounded by a sea of the undead, with the high cabinet being an isolated island. It was an island with no food or water, so it was a deserted kingdom upon which he would die as the sole occupant and ruler, if he did not find a way off. Hope seemed far away, as he could not see the floor any longer for all the zombies surrounding him. Chapter 8. Divided we fall. D'Artagnan slept for a while, curled in a ball like a cat. The roars of the beasts below him sounded like an angry sea. It was the best sleep he had since the destruction of Mang. When he awoke, he felt refreshed, but no more privy to the answer to his predicament than he had been before. Some of the zombies had pages and other trash attached to their hands. Some had picked up others' jewels or treasures as well. D'Artagnan began to wonder if Athos's ex, Milady, had truly been a thief, or had perhaps grabbed up the diamonds post-mortem. D'Artagnan's curiosity got the best of him, and boredom made him more daring. He reached down and grabbed a letter away from one of the zombies' sticky hands. He unfolded it carefully so as to not touch any of the gore. What was still legible was shocking, and D'Artagnan read it 3 times to be sure that he truly understood. It was a letter from Buckingham, and it concerned the Queen herself. There had been a love affair between the Queen and another man. Most of the details were lost in blood. The zombie plague had drifted north nearly to the English Channel, and the men of Buckingham were fighting for their lives and the survival of the nation. As such, the Queen's lover was calling off their affair despite his resounding love for her. The matters of the kingdom and the survival of all Christendom took precedence over their tawdry dealings. In the light of watching the living fall to the dead, the Queen's lover recognized his selfishness and was seeking to end the secret actions that threatened to pull the kingdom apart as he fought alongside his men to hold it together. The final bit was the part that shocked D'Artagnan the most. The Queen's lover had sent Milady to return the diamonds the Queen had sent as a gift. The king had recognized them earlier during their escape and thought Milady, whom Athos identified as his ex, was there to steal the diamonds from the king's gift. D'Artagnan was brought back in his memory to a whispered comment from the Queen that seemed to confirm this. It appeared the zombies had succeeded in wiping away his dangerous subplot that could have threatened all of France. If the Musketeers could keep the king and queen alive, they might be able to capitalize upon this circumstance. If D'Artagnan could get out of the palace alive, he might be able to help. The information that the curse of Mang had spread to the north of France robbed D'Artagnan of some hope. He pictured the dead marching across the whole of the continent to conquer all of the world in the same way that living dictators had failed to do in their lifetimes. Maybe the zombies would freeze upon the steppes of Russia, but D'Artagnan doubted it. They were an army that required no leader in battle and no supply on their march. They would cross Asia and might well march along the bottom of the ocean to claim the rest of the world beyond. D'Artagnan stared out across the packed room in despair as the dead clawed and growled for him. He spotted another document pasted to another hand and assumed it was part of the Queen's correspondence, too. He snatched it up and unfolded the damp manuscript. This one was part of a declaration of orders from the cardinal. Some of the pages were missing, but the one that D'Artagnan found said enough. The cardinal had sought out the arrest and execution of the Musketeers. Porthos was charged with the murder of the cardinal's commander. The rest of the trumped-up charges were enumerated around the spots of blood and dark gore. Even if these documents had not reached the king to set dangerous and dark things into motion, the agents behind these letters were still out, creeping about the city and the countryside amongst the zombies. Both groups posed grave danger. D'Artagnan realized that the Musketeers needed to be warned and needed all the help they could get if they still lived. It would not do for D'Artagnan to remain atop a cabinet to quietly starve above the hungry zombies. He had to fight his way out, and through some way, in whatever manner that might mean. First, D'Artagnan tore the 2 pages of correspondence into bloody pieces and cast them out over the faces of the dead. Next, he tried to think of any method of escaping his dire predicament. He thought of one option, but it was a terrible notion indeed. After coming up with no good options, D'Artagnan set about implementing his terrible idea. He pulled up the top of the cabinet from under his feet and took care not to catch his fingers on the exposed nails. He stood straddled and balanced on the wall of the cabinet above the clothing hanging inside. D'Artagnan took a few breaths and tossed the cabinet top out flat onto the heads and hands of the zombies massed below him. The nails punctured flesh and ground against bone as the board bobbed and pitched over the horde of dead like a ship upon a stormy sea. D'Artagnan decided that there was no using that unstable platform as a mode of escape. The idea was just as terrible as he had originally calculated. Then the cabinet began to shift under his spread feet. The zombies caught hold of the edges and pulled the boards apart as the structure became unstable. They reached in the gaps and pulled out the clothes. Zombies tore them with their teeth and hands. The entire structure folded apart under him. D'Artagnan was coming down upon them one way or the other. He leapt and landed atop the board from the top of the cabinet. The surface tilted wildly from side to side, and D'Artagnan struggled for balance with nothing to hold on to. The creatures around him lunged at him from all sides, while the others underneath fought with the board, not knowing that D'Artagnan was atop it. The counter motions created violent waves of flesh that floated the board out into the center of the room with D'Artagnan balanced on top. He felt as if he was standing on a dead sea waiting to fall in and die himself. The zombies lunged inward from all sides, again twirling him on the board and bringing him a few paces closer to the doorway. D'Artagnan crouched and worked his knees to stay atop his craft. If he could influence the dead to utilize their savage motion, he thought, he could reach the door and make his dash away from them to another exit. D'Artagnan dared to call out to them to orchestrate another wave from them. "Come, you fools, have at me! Reach in and cast me out! Let's go!" The zombies lunged, but his voice succeeded in rousing the dead still packed out in the hallway. As the ones in the room tried for him from all sides, the undead outside pressed into the doorway. The resulting force created a wave that washed D'Artagnan atop the zombies' hands away from the doorway. D'Artagnan dropped to his knees on the board and nearly spilled off into the waiting hands and teeth. He cried out again in shock, bringing another push of hungry bodies from the hall, washing D'Artagnan farther away. He coasted towards the open window, looking out high over the city. He cried out again, sending the tide towards the window once more. D'Artagnan clawed at the stone on both sides of the opening, trying to keep from being thrown out into the air to die upon the streets of Paris below upon impact. He made himself not cry out again, realizing the error of his ways. However, he found himself with the force of the zombies all pressing towards him at the window at once. He had no counter-push from the empty air outside. D'Artagnan had no options to cause the zombies to back away from him as they reached for the window and pushed against the board under his feet. Like trying to hold back the ocean itself, he was doomed to fail. His hands slowly loosened of the stone, and the board flew free of the window with him upon it. In desperation, he leapt sideways and clutched for anything. D'Artagnan's hands found the head of a stone lion growling out at Paris with its fangs exposed. He dangled above the street far below him. The zombies at the window pitched out bodily one after another in a terrible waterfall of corpses. The first several struck the street, splattering apart. The next began to strike the pile of gore, breaking their bones and twisting their bodies, but keep their heads intact. The next falling zombies crushed those heads, but managed to rise up, somewhat undamaged and able to stand. The next undead crushed those standing zombies, coming up whole. Then they were smashed from the bodies falling onto them. The undead in the streets were drawn in to witness the endless spectacle. D'Artagnan tried to bring his feet up to the ledge, but slipped. His fingers began to cramp and his body shook. If he fell, he would not fare as well as the zombies might. He made one wild kick and swung himself up upon the lion's stone back. He took but a moment to catch his breath, and then concluded that he could not remain there forever, any more than he could stay upon the cabinet forever. D'Artagnan slid off the lion on the side away from the window. He planted his feet on the narrow ledge and hugged back against the wall. A zombie leaned out the window and held on as the others fell. He spotted D'Artagnan and crawled out onto the ledge after him. D'Artagnan shuffled away, reaching the next open window where he prepared to step inside. He saw the blur of motion and ducked aside. A woman in a bloody dress sailed out of the window and dropped to the street. The creature that crawled out the first window slipped off the back of the lion and dropped to the street as well. Others crawled out onto the ledge from the first window towards the lion. D'Artagnan heard more growling from the room where the woman in the bloody dress had jumped. He dashed past the window and cold hands clawed at his back. Gray men with bite marks across their faces crawled out onto the ledge after him. D'Artagnan continued to shuffle around, looking for a way off the ledge besides the obvious option of a fall. Chapter 9. Saints and Strongholds. Captain Tréville took the king by his sleeve in the most disrespectful way and growled, "You must, sire, you must!" The queen added to the king's protest as they looked out through the open doorway toward the street. Light shone off the street and sparkled from the pools of blood. The dead tracked through the puddles and left prints as they wandered along the roadways, having not yet discovered the royals, the captain, and the 3 musketeers standing in the open doorway. Growls from the zombies echoed from deeper in the palace behind them. It was only a matter of time before the zombies inside or the zombies outside found them all where they stood. But the queen said, "Won't they be upon us the moment we step outside?" "They are upon us now," Porthos said. "We have to leave this palace before we are cornered and eaten like D'Artagnan was." The king held up his hands. Wait. Just let me think a moment, please. If we go out into the street with those things, we will be exposed to their senseless violence. We will be a greater target for our divinely appointed position in life. We will be recognized. "They are not concerned in the difference between a king and a pauper, I assure you, sire," Aramis said. "They seek the flesh of the living with no regard for one man, woman, or child above another," Athos added. The king shook his head. "Barbaric." "All the more reason we should not wander out into the open," the queen said. "If the palace is not a reliable stronghold, how can any other structure provide more protection? Where shall we go in those bloody streets?" "I do not yet know," Captain M. de Tréville said. "But I know the stronghold is breached and no longer provides protection. We must find another stronghold. We must, sires, and we will. I swear it upon my mortal soul." "See that our souls don't become immortally trapped within our corpses like those things out there waiting for us, Captain," the king said. "Yes, sire," the captain said. A door splintered behind them and bounced off the wall of the passageway with a concussion. The dead outside in the street paused in their bloody tracks and lifted their faces towards the sun, sniffing the air with dark nostrils flared. Inside, the dead of Paris poured forth from the open doorway. Some stumbled over the pieces of the door away from the king and his protectors, not realizing they were there at all. Others bounced off the opposing wall and stumbled forward with the rest of the zombies at their backs. After a few forced steps, they spotted the shapes of living men and a woman ahead of them, and then they were coming forward of their own accord with arms extended. "Lead us out, Captain," the king said with sudden confidence in his decision in that moment. Tréville stepped out the open door, and the musketeers followed with the king and queen between. The moans echoed out of the opening behind them. The undead in the streets turned, trying to hone in on the noise of the groans which seemed to indicate some sort of call they recognized. Captain Tréville opted not to wait for the creatures to locate the sound or their shapes. "This way, swords out, men." He turned to the east and walked wide around a broad spill of blood along the gutters to their left. The creatures spotted the motion and followed. The dead from the palace poured out the door and created a mob that pursued the king and queen and their men. Captain Tréville ducked around the hands of a cluster of zombies spreading out in their path. He hoped the others might follow quickly enough, but the zombies cut off the escape. The musketeers brought up their points into the citizens' eyes. As the first 3 fell, the men kicked them away and stabbed the heads of the next monsters behind those. Tréville doubled back and stabbed one through the ear, and then another. More creatures stumbled out of the doorway and alleys to replace the ones lying motionless on the ground. "Move faster," Tréville ordered. The party ran up the streets with the mobs growling behind them with new additions on both sides. Tréville felled one lonely creature directly in front of them. As quickly as he could bring his sword up, he had to impale another coming in headlong from the right. When he extracted his blade from the one on the ground, he looked back to see what was keeping his companions. The musketeers were busy striking down zombies coming at their flanks from both sides. Windows shattered out of the fronts of shops, and the masses of dead men stepped out of the jagged gaps to have their way with the men in the streets. Tréville began to wonder if there was still a living man left in Paris besides the last few he commanded and protected himself. "Come, keep moving," he ordered. Their blades remained busy, but they continued forward. They rounded a curve to find a wall of zombies flowing through the canyon of the street towards them. They doubled back and fought their way along the edge of those behind them to the intersection. They took a cross street and continued to fight their way up Paris. A boy, a few years shy of being a man, charged out of a doorway at them. Tréville brought up his blade to fell him, but the boy said, "Help me! My mother is bitten inside! Help us!" Tréville lifted his sword away to keep from stabbing the boy with a point tainted by zombie brains and blood. The boy's hair was streaked crimson with blood, but it was not clear if it was his own, his mother's, or another. He seized the captain's shirt and refused to release. "Help us! Save us, sir! Help us!" "Release me, or we will all be killed," the captain ordered. The boy refused to obey, holding on to the captain and repeating his demands for salvation, one after another, without end. He had the tenacity of Legion beseeching Christ to cast him into the pigs without torment, or Jacob wrestling the angel for a blessing until he was renamed Israel for his struggle. The captain did not have until the morning to wrestle the boy as the angel had on the morning of the patriarch's rechristening. The zombies were closing from behind and stirring in the structures on both sides. Some rose up from the shadows where they chewed on the bones of torn bodies as the creatures heard the commotion and took it to mean a second course of the feast of Paris had arrived. The king demanded, "I order you to let my captain go, boy!" The boy disobeyed his king. Captain Tréville groaned and said, "Get him off of me before we are all dead." Porthos grabbed the boy from behind and pulled with great force. The captain's shirt tore as the boy came loose, and Porthos staggered. He let the boy go, but the boy continued to wheel his arms as he was flung behind the group into the arms of the dead. They lifted the boy off the ground, screaming as they pulled his limbs from his body. More blood painted the boy's hair as his voice choked down to silence. Instead of a new name, the boy died with no name at all that the captain knew. "Let's away," the captain said. He had not intended the boy to be thrown to the lions, but as the zombies knelt to feed upon their prize, it afforded the group a moment to escape. As they pressed onward, Tréville glanced back. As some of the zombies fed on the broken body of the boy, others wandered through the open door into the house from where the boy had charged. Tréville heard the screams of a woman from within. Captain Tréville turned back forward and led them through the streets, thinking about the souls they had left behind to make their escape. They came upon another intersection to find two roads blocked by the milling dead. They turned up the clear path and continued onward. "What is that?" Aramis pointed up toward a stone building with multiple floors. "Saint Gravois' bastion," the king said. "That sounds promising," Porthos said. "I have soldiers posted there," the king said. "Or at least I used to." They charged up the path between low walls, and Captain Tréville pulled at the door which did not budge. "Do you perhaps have a key, sire?" The king said, "Knock and announce us. It would not be much of a bastion if the door hung open." Tréville looked back at the narrow pass between the walls. If the zombies flooded in before they could get back to the mouth of the thing, they would be trapped. Tréville pounded his fist against the door, announcing their presence to those within and without. Tréville called, "It is M. de Tréville, the captain of the king's musketeers, with the king. Open the door and allow us in to safety, if you still live." After a moment, Tréville turned to lead them back out, but a muffled voice from within called back, "I cannot let just anyone in. If you are bitten, you will bring the curse inside and drag us all down to death together." "We are not bitten," Aramis said. "That is what a desperate man that is bitten would likely say," the man within said. The dead stepped up into the head of the path and turned their heads to spy the party at the door. "We are with the king and queen," Athos said. "You must open the door for them." The zombies entered the pass and closed the distance towards them between the walls. "I don't care who you once served," the man called. "If you are bitten, you don't serve the king by biting me as well." "No," Porthos said, "you do not understand. We are not with the king in the sense that we are commissioned by him, which we are, but we are physically here with the king and queen themselves seeking refuge. Open the door for us." The musketeers lifted their swords and stood between the approaching dead and the king to hold the beasts as long as they could in the tight quarters. "Open the door!" Captain Tréville shouted. "I can hear the zombies. It is too late," the man said. The king shouted, "I am the king. I order you to open this door unto me now, or you are a traitor to the crown." The bolt slid, and the door swung inward. The party poured in and slammed the door back. The bolt was only just slid back into place, and the zombies hammered the door from the other side. "We need to barricade this door before they splinter it like the others," Porthos said. "Like the others?" The man in heavy armor and a cape shouted. "You led them right to me, you fools." "If you had opened the door faster, they might not have seen us," Tréville said. "If I had not opened it at all, they would have eaten you, and never knew I was here," the man said. The king stepped forward and slapped the man across the face. "I am the king of France, and you would dare to speculate about leaving me outside after I gave you a direct order? How dare you? Who are you?" "My apologies, your majesty." The man bowed low, clinking his bulky armor. "I am John Felton. I came down from the north to deliver a message to you from Buckingham, sire." "What is this message?" the king asked. The queen took a step away. John said, "I don't know, sire. It was sealed and carried by my partner. We were hard pressed as we traveled through country controlled by zombies. Once in the city, we were separated, and I do not know where she is." "She?" Athos said. "Your partner was a woman?" "I came this way pursued by the dead, overwhelming the city much like you have been, I imagine," John Felton said. "Your soldiers stepped into the streets to read orders to the rioters, but they were overtaken and consumed by the monsters. I ran inside and closed the door to find myself alone. Alone, except for Constance. She was inconsolable, and I barely drew out her name between sobs." "Then you are a coward," the king said. "Had I not, you would be dead out there as well," John said. The king thought for a moment. "Then I thank you for your cowardice." "Who's Constance?" Aramis asked. John Felton pointed up the stairs. "She is upstairs weeping for the king's men whom she loved. She served them here, cooking and attending to them. She is undone by their death." "You could take a lesson from her loyalty," the king said. "Had I been upstairs weeping," John said, "I would not have been here to admit you all at the last moment." "Then I thank you for your disloyalty," the king said. "We need to block this door," Porthos said. "There are tables and pews in the other room," John said. "Everyone that is able, begin gathering them around the door," Captain M. de Tréville ordered. Chapter 10. Tea in the Muck. D'Artagnan stood looking down the cord at Milady, Athos's ex, dangling by her neck and writhing above the ground. It was still high above the streets, but D'Artagnan thought that if he could climb down her body without getting bitten, he would be close enough to drop down without getting hurt. The creatures reached out from the window, clawing around the corner at D'Artagnan, who circled the palace on the ledges climbing over the abutments and gargoyles that decorated the exterior of the top floors of the overrun palace. He had not found a way down. Although many of the zombies that followed him out the windows he passed had fallen from their clumsily coordination, more than a couple had come close to pulling him off with them. What they lacked in dexterity they made up for in enthusiasm and abandon. D'Artagnan felt he needed to act quickly if he wanted to avoid the end of his luck upon the narrow ledge. He took hold of the drapery cord and swung out over the ledge with his feet braced against the wall. The cord gave a strained groan under the additional weight. The zombies grabbed out, making the taut line twang each time their cold fingers strummed it. D'Artagnan feared that if he waited too long, they would come pouring out of the window, as they had done from the room with the cabinet. This time they would be falling upon his head. He reached Milady's head with her eyes bulging where the knot had tightened around her neck from her own suspended weight. Whatever beauty had been there in the days that Athos had loved her was erased by the effect of her death and resurrection, along with the distortion and swelling in her face and features from her post-mortem strangulation. She seemed unfazed as her bulged eyes rolled up in their sockets to spy D'Artagnan's uneven approach above. She stretched her arms up, grabbing and swatting at his ankles, knocking them away from the brick. D'Artagnan kicked and tried to retain his hold on the cord with her pulling and snapping at his legs. A body fell past them on the left and splattered on the ground under them. The head rolled away from the body and stopped in the gutter, staring up at them. Like the one on the road near the inn, it still worked its jaw like it was trying to bite D'Artagnan from below. D'Artagnan considered that he was likely to slip if he dropped onto the smear of guts on the ground below him now. Climbing back up did not seem to be an option either. Another fell past on the right, and the fingernails came within hair's width of scratching out D'Artagnan's eye. The body burst open on the ground under them, busting the rotten skull as well this time. The smell wafted up from the open body, and D'Artagnan heaved as his stomach turned inside him from the odor. He couldn't get past Milady's hands and teeth to climb down her to shorten his drop. The entire cord lurched down. D'Artagnan yelped and held on tighter. The cord lowered again. He felt the vibration under his hands and realized he was feeling the strands snapping in the braid above him. The cord snapped, and he fell with Milady still clawing up below him. The feeling of the world falling away from him rolled his stomach inside him worse than the smell, and he contemplated his death in the instant it took him to fall. Milady landed face first in the muck of the splattered bodies. D'Artagnan was still looking up as he landed flat on her back. The impact knocked the wind out of him, but he was otherwise unharmed. As he heaved to regain his breath, Milady struggled under him and pitched D'Artagnan off as if she were an angry mare. D'Artagnan tried to get free of her grasping hands, but she tripped him up, and he spilled onto his belly in the gore. The black, cursed muck splattered his clothing, arms, and neck. He rolled to his back, trying to avoid taking any of it into his mouth, which he still sensed to be a death sentence more sure than anything Cardinal Richelieu ever penned. D'Artagnan only succeeded in covering himself more thoroughly in the guts and smear for his trouble. Now he was smeared in the grease of zombie splatter, and Milady, with her lolling head over the extra-tight noose, was upon him. Her jaws snapped, and her growl came in a high, pinched tone that was worse than the usual guttural tones from the dead. She reached for his face with curled fingers, and he grabbed her wrists, each in one hand to hold her off. He was not sure how strong she had been in life, but she was disturbingly strong in death as his hand shook, holding off her attack. D'Artagnan wondered if Athos ever dealt with this rage and strength in life. She leaned down from where he gripped her wrists, and her teeth parted towards his face. A string of greenish drool rolled off her teeth and ran down his cheek, close to D'Artagnan's eye. He brought his knees up into her belly, but she continued to snap at his face. He extended his legs and slowly pushed her up and away from him. He heard more growls and looked to see the dead approaching from both directions. They were slow, ungainly, and methodical in their movement. If he did not get free of Milady's corpse, they would have all day. D'Artagnan tried to shift out to the side to work himself out from under her, but the gore that soaked his clothes and back made him too slippery to make any progress, or to find the friction he needed to move her off of him. D'Artagnan looked past Milady's pumping legs and saw a lone creature shambling up the center of the road, which caught his attention. The man was torn in many places, and deeply on his neck and arms where D'Artagnan could see. His head rested hard to one side nearly upon his shoulder due to a rip in the flesh and muscle of the neck, which opened dark and jagged into the body. His arms dangled loose and unnaturally from misaligned shoulders. If he was trying to lift his head or arms, there was no sign of life in the muscle indicating that he could. The head jutted to the side as the eyes and mouth worked, and the arms swung free with the motion of the legs. It was the clothing that informed D'Artagnan of this man's rank. He wore the vestments of the Cardinal Richelieu himself. Clearly, God had chosen not to protect this high-ranking church official from his fate. If D'Artagnan did not find a way up, the good cardinal would drag him down and back up into undeath with him. At that moment, several of the cardinal's men fell into step behind the limped armed cardinal. D'Artagnan recognized some of them from the tavern the night before. It felt more than a lifetime ago. His quiet days in Meung with his family felt even longer ago than that. They did not seem to be following the cardinal exactly, but they were honing in on the same target. Peasants in various stages of injuries and decay came around the corner behind the cardinal's men, filling the streets and completing the procession led by the holy man in his unholy state. Judging from the level of rot and fetid decomposition in some of their wounds, D'Artagnan surmised that not all of these undead citizens had died this day, and not all were from within Paris originally. If D'Artagnan did not exercise himself from the rancid puddle under Milady's relentless grasp, he would join their ranks shortly. More peasants approached from the other end of the street, under the palace. D'Artagnan saw the body falling from above at the last moment. He turned his head, closing his eyes to keep from taking in any of the splatter as the body exploded on the ground just a few paces away, farther out in the street. If the zombie had not launched itself out the window with some force, it might have landed on top of D'Artagnan and Milady, ending his problem for him. Another body struck next to that one and splattered again, before D'Artagnan had opened his eyes. In desperation, D'Artagnan kicked his feet up and back over his head. Milady flipped and landed on her back with her head next to D'Artagnan's. He heard her teeth snapping next to his ear. D'Artagnan let go of her wrists and kicked his feet to get away. He spun in a circle in the growing gore and rolled in it twice. Milady tried to follow, but she could not get any better traction than he could. D'Artagnan found the edge of it and pulled himself up to his knees on dry street. He staggered to his feet and dripped blackened filth as he walked away. Another body slammed into the ground and split apart where he had been standing. A female zombie wearing a torn sack of a dress walked straight at D'Artagnan. He reached for his sword and dodged to the side. Before he could draw the blade, she wandered past as if had found something better to do. D'Artagnan was so surprised that he did not notice the creatures that had reached for him from other directions. One passed him on the right and the other on the left. D'Artagnan sucked in air in surprise, but the monsters did not turn their heads to notice him. 3 more passed him close enough to touch him, but they made no effort to bite or grab. D'Artagnan muttered to himself, "Am I already dead?" A soldier of the king with his armor pulled open at the seams to bare chest and 1 missing nipple stopped and leaned into D'Artagnan's face. The gray-faced soldier flared his nostrils over his bloody mustache and sniffed at D'Artagnan. The soldier's eyes drifted off to the side, and the zombie soldier wandered away. D'Artagnan looked down at his blackened, dripping clothes and said, "I stink of the curse without having taken it into my body." D'Artagnan looked about at the dispersing zombies and smiled. If he could find the others in time, he might be able to help get them away alive, after all. He moved towards and walked along the fronts of the building across from the palace. He heard screams from the open doors to a stable, and several zombies turned as they poured in after the noise. D'Artagnan dodged around them and continued along the street past the cardinal and his men. The peasants turned and glanced at D'Artagnan as he passed, but did not pursue. He wasn't sure if they could smell him or not, as many of them were missing their noses. He reached the end of the street and turned back to look at the palace and the mob filling into the stable. D'Artagnan wasn't sure if the others had made it out of the palace or not. He thought perhaps he should go back inside on the ground level and search. With his newfound disguise, he thought he might be able to pull off the mission. The cardinal stopped as zombies parted around him on both sides. Richelieu shifted around and faced D'Artagnan without moving his head. D'Artagnan watched in surprise. The cardinal gave a short grunt and then a longer growl. The men around him stopped and turned slowly. Some of the peasants stopped as well. The cardinal was not speaking Latin or French, but some communication appeared to be passing between them. As the cardinal approached and his men followed, more of the peasants turned and followed Richelieu as well. D'Artagnan wasn't sure if the cardinal's corpse could somehow sense D'Artagnan's living spirit where the others had not. He did not know if they were after him or if they behaved this way out of some wandering instinct. D'Artagnan wondered if his disguise of guts had worn off. He had no intention of waiting to see, so he ran. The filth on his body seemed to confuse them, but his rapid pace drew their attention and the creatures spun to follow him. D'Artagnan saw a man leading 2 women and a half-dozen children behind him along the sidewalk. He was coming the opposite direction back towards the approach of the cardinal and his followers. D'Artagnan veered towards them to give them warning. The man lifted a sickle and swiped it through the necks of 3 zombies in his path, dropping their bodies and bouncing their heads away in the street. D'Artagnan gasped at the grace and power in the man's violence. He was exactly the hero that Paris needed in that moment, D'Artagnan wrote. As D'Artagnan lifted his hands to greet and warned the man, the fellow swung the blade over his head and plucked it down into the skull of another undead Parisian. He extracted the curved blade of the sickle in a manner that hurled the falling body at D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan stumbled back from the impact and saw the man bring the sickle back as if to make a decapitating swipe at D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan backed away and said, "No, I'm alive!" The man growled, "Then back away, fool! I have no time for such distinctions." Such distinctions, D'Artagnan thought. He considered that a fairly significant distinction indeed. It made him wonder how many living men this fellow may have harvested in his haste to clear a path through the streets for himself. D'Artagnan said, "Sir, that way is blocked. An undead cardinal and his fold pursue me. You must not go that way." The man laughed and pointed with the handle of his blade. "Ha ha ha! Likewise, you will not want to travel in our wake." D'Artagnan looked and saw a wall of bodies flowing down the street behind the man and his party into D'Artagnan's face. He He turned back to see the cardinal leading a zombie parade towards them in the other direction. "What shall we do?" D'Artagnan asked. "I have no idea," the man said. D'Artagnan turned in time to see the underside of the man's boot. He kicked it high and hard into D'Artagnan's chest, knocking him over backwards into the center of the street. The man led his party up a narrow alley. The ones that had been following the man poured into the space behind them, cutting off that path to D'Artagnan. A few of the creatures turned and stared at D'Artagnan for a moment, and then they reached out. D'Artagnan scrambled backwards across the ground. The zombies twisted and writhed against one another in their confused cross-purposes. Most fought to enter the narrow alley after the children and their dubious protectors. A few fought against the tide to try to seize up D'Artagnan, whom they had discovered was not one of them. D'Artagnan tripped zombies behind him as he backed in and through their knees. As they lifted their heads off the streets and opened their eyes, D'Artagnan kicked their faces away from him and continued to back away. He thought about his own children yet again. He had ostensibly protected them from ordinary dangers in life up to the point of the curse. Then he had been wholly inadequate in protecting them from the dangers of undeath. He had lost them all on the first day of it, and it had happened quickly and in an instant. They were alive one moment and then torn asunder in the next. He had done far better up to that moment in saving his own skin. For all he knew at that time, the king and the rest of the musketeers had met the same fate as D'Artagnan's family and every other person that had the misfortune to find themselves under his protection. The man with the sickle had been right to kick D'Artagnan aside. It was the smartest move, as D'Artagnan seemed to bring his own curse, which had proven as deadly as the curse of Mang. Anyone that he sought to care for or protect would surely fall to the zombies. The only reason he himself had managed to live so long into the fall of Paris and France to the dead, he thought, was because he hated himself. So he was protected from the curse of D'Artagnan in that way. His children would have been far better served if they had a protector like the man with the sickle instead of their old, helpless father. In that moment, he fought back tears and scooted backwards along the ground more like an animal or an infant than a man with any right to stand at all. These self-hating thoughts were interrupted the moment he spotted the cardinal with his disturbingly loose arms and sideways head. The cardinal turned his entire body to spy D'Artagnan through the crowd, and he advanced through the bodies towards the living man upon his back on the street. D'Artagnan continued backwards as the cardinal advanced. Richelieu gave one short grunt and one long growl, which D'Artagnan had come to associate with a sentence of death. Before the zombies around him could respond to the not fully verbal order, Cardinal Richelieu was swept along with the others, still pressing towards the alley. He tried to struggle through after D'Artagnan, but the man could not move his head nor lift his arms, so he was at a wild disadvantage in that effort. D'Artagnan thought if the man fell to his back, he might remain there wobbling from side to side, lacking the capacity to right or lift himself. D'Artagnan pictured the cardinal like a helpless tortoise exposed to the sun and elements. Some dark part of D'Artagnan's spirit desperately wanted to see that. The zombies were all around him now. Some cut their eyes down towards D'Artagnan's motion, but most fought for the mouth of the valley where the cardinal had been pressed through. D'Artagnan found steps behind him, and he crawled up them, inverted and backward. He reached the top, still staring out across the swirling crowd of dead flesh. D'Artagnan bounced the back of his head against the door 3 times before his mind latched onto the fact that he could not back up any longer. A few of the dead lifted their faces and looked around in reaction to the noise of the knocking from his skull. The door opened inward, and D'Artagnan fell to his back halfway inside with his feet still sprawled out on the stairs. A man in a fine coat stared down at D'Artagnan, standing above his head so that he appeared upside down in D'Artagnan's vision. An older woman stepped up and looked down at D'Artagnan from the same angle, with her tall hair sticking up in a cone. "Are you all right, sir?" the man asked. D'Artagnan cleared his throat and took a moment to find his voice again. He was glad they did not have a sickle in the meantime. "I think so. I'm not entirely sure anymore." "Do you need help in standing?" The woman reached out with her gloved hands. D'Artagnan held onto the door and pulled himself up. "Don't dirty your hands, madam. I fear I have been practically swimming in the muck of the dead." "Would you like to join us for tea?" the man invited. "It is still steeping." As D'Artagnan stood, he looked out at the bodies milling about the streets on top of each other. He looked back at the man and woman dressed for tea, and as calm as any sunny day would permit. "Do you know what's going on out there?" D'Artagnan asked. "We have eyes," the man said. "The cardinal is dead. We don't know about the king and queen," she said. The man looked at her with narrowed eyes and then back at D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan opened his mouth to say that the royals were fine. He stopped himself. He was so sure of that response in the moment that he was about to give it. The sudden feeling of the truth in it surprised him. He swallowed and then said, "I don't know either. I am Master Rochefort. This is Madame Bonacieux." Madame Bonacieux reached out one gloved hand with knuckles up. D'Artagnan said, "I do not wish to insult you by refusing, madam, but my touch will greatly foul your fine gloves." "Nonsense," she said. "What is the point of gloving one's hand if not to take the muck of life?" D'Artagnan nodded, though his muck was from dead and beyond. He took hold of her fingers in his hand and leaned down to kiss the material over her knuckles. When he took his hand away, he saw black smears along her fingers from the contact. She appeared unconcerned. "I am D'Artagnan from Meung, a provisional member of the Musketeers of the King. This whole business may be the fault of my village and my people. As the last surviving member of that village, I suppose the entire burden of that responsibility falls upon my head and shoulders." Rochefort said, "That is no way to introduce yourself, sir." D'Artagnan turned and saw the zombies crossing back and forth along the base of the stairs, not but a couple body lengths away. He was struck by their disinterest again. He wondered if his own filthy rags were masking and protecting the couple behind him. The D'Artagnan curse would surely take them both if they dared to entertain him for very long. D'Artagnan asked, "Might we close the door? I do not want them getting inside." Rochefort complied and slid the bolt. "We are not much bothered by them any more. As with all neighbors, as long as they leave us alone, we have no quarrel with them." "These are not the type to leave you alone for long," D'Artagnan said. "As it is with all neighbors eventually," Madame Bonacieux said. "Come join us for tea." The couple walked from the foyer into an adjacent parlor. D'Artagnan wanted to bar the door and barricade it with furniture, but the couple moved as if the matter were decided. D'Artagnan moved into the archway and watched as Rochefort and Bonacieux sat at the table in front of the picture window with the tea between them. The zombies crisscrossed on the other side of the thin glass. D'Artagnan said, "Again, my boots and clothes are filthy. I would ruin your carpet and furniture." "Nonsense," Madame Bonacieux said. "You are our guest, and I insist. Good company never ruins anything. Take tea with us. All dirt is washed away by water, effort, and time." D'Artagnan entered the room. His boots left partial prints in black atop the carpet. He sat in the chair, facing over the table, out into the undead crowd beyond the glass. He continued to stare as Bonacieux poured his tea. D'Artagnan lifted the cup to his lips and sipped. His fingers smeared the sides, and he took care not to get any of the muck near the rim or his lips. Madame Bonacieux said, "We were in the square while the king was giving his weekly address." "I was on the balcony with the Musketeers and the king," D'Artagnan said. "We were lucky to get away with our lives," Rochefort said, as he took a sip of his own cup and set it back in its saucer. Madame Bonacieux said, "We went to the barracks of the cardinal's men seeking help. That is where we discovered that the cardinal was dead, but still moving." "He did not help," Rochefort said. "I imagine not." D'Artagnan took another nervous sip of tea as he watched the zombies moving to and fro through one another beyond the glass. One creature was bumped into the glass with a loud pong. Its wet shoulder squeaked as it slid along the sheet, leaving a greenish smear along the bottom of the window. "Would you like your cup refreshed?" Bonacieux asked. D'Artagnan stared outside a moment longer before he asked, "Do you have a place where I might wash?" Chapter 11. Wagers with Life and Undeath. She pushed past Porthos on the stairs and ran down. Her blonde curls whipped behind her in a great flourish as she dashed down from the highest floors. She left the wooden stairs and ran down along the final stretch of stone stairs leading downward. Athos attempted to stop her, but she shoved into his side with more force than he expected, the force that comes with real terror. Athos grabbed onto the ledge of the stairs to keep from plummeting down to the stone of the first floor of St. Gervais. Aramis squared at the bottom of the stairs. At first, she appeared to be coming to a stop, but then she leapt from the third to the last step and connected with her extended knee into Aramis's chest. He was staggered and dropped to his hands and knees, sucking in air as if he had just come up from drowning. There was now no one between her and the zombies pounding at the door, except for Captain de Tréville and John Felton. Though Felton wore more armor, he appeared scared. The king and queen stood off to the side of the stairs, and the king shouted, "I order you to stop!" She slid to a halt just sly of engaging the captain and the soldier from the north. They had seen what she had done in surprise to Aramis, so they were crouched before the door and prepared for her to spring. "They all died!" she cried. "We will all die too! Hope is lost! All is darkness!" The king said, "The men died in service to the king. If you open that door and let those things in to have me and the queen, then their sacrifice will have been for nothing. You can give their deaths meaning by standing down." She shook her head. "There is no meaning in death. All is lost. All is emptiness." Captain Tréville said, "Your name is Constance, yes?" She turned her attention to the captain and stared for a moment before she answered. "Yes, it is," he said. "I am sorry for your loss. I am sorry for all that each of us has lost. We can hold out here and protect you and the king and all the souls within this hall." "This hall is full of ghosts," Constance whispered. "Perhaps," the captain said, "but we are alive, and keeping this group that way is a cause worth fighting for." "We are not fighting," she said. "We are cowering in a box waiting to die. We are extending our suffering. This is our capacity as we wait for the creatures outside that door to deliver our death sentence." "We will beat them," Porthos said. Constance turned, and all eyes lit on Porthos. She said, "Your words are foolish, meant to give us false hope." "Hope is only false when it is proven so," Porthos said. She shook her head. "You are fooling yourselves, and you are trying to fool me. Words alone don't create true hope." "We can prove it," Athos said. "If we can hold off the zombies and push them back, then we can continue to do so across Paris and eventually all of France. I hope it is so, the king said, as he might be considering the dark position of Constance. You could not hold them off for an hour, and if they were to break through that door, which they will, she said. That is the wager, then, Aramis said, as he fell back to sitting against the wall at the base of the stairs, where he had only just caught his breath. If the undead break through the door, the musketeers will hold them off for 1 hour. If we still live after that point, and they have not taken us, then you agree to hope that we can win back all of France for the living. A fool's wager for a fool's price, Constance said. That is the wager, Captain Tréville said. If we are wrong, what is 1 more hour of life going to cost you? Surely you can bear that measure of suffering for the possibility of future victory. I am just sorry I will not live long enough after you failed to enjoy the fact that I am right, she said, stepping away from the door. Everyone seemed to breathe a little easier as it became clear that she was relenting on trying to admit the dead to Saint Gervais. Porthos actually sat down on the steps above everyone and rubbed at his face. You could always be wrong, and then you will get to live to see a world without zombies again. She snorted and turned away from the stairs. I'm sorry for my behavior, Your Majesty. I was in great despair at the loss of your men. They were good men who fought to the very end. I am still in despair, but I will do nothing to drag you down with me, in that even though I still dare not to hope. Just don't open the door, Captain Tréville said. She turned to face him. What? Do not open the door, Constance. He had to raise his voice above the hammering fists behind him to be heard. She shook her head. I have agreed to your wager, and I have made my apologies. We have established that. Yes, but I want your word that you will not open this door in an attempt to set the wager into motion, Tréville said. The zombies do not need our assistance in their dark purpose. The door remains closed, and will not be prematurely opened unto them or into this place. She sighed and said, You have my word, Captain, but I assure you that they do not need my help to get into here nor anywhere else. They got into Paris, and they got into the palace. One thing you must know for certain, even in all your hope, is that they always get in. The boards of the door splintered behind them, opening a sliver along the face of the door to the outside. The growling dead seemed encouraged by the sight, and they beat and clawed at the door harder. The crack split further down the door and widened. The hinges rattled with the impacts, and the iron bolts threatened to separate from the wood and the stone. I regret being right, she said. Aramis staggered to his feet. If you had been just but silent, girl, we could have been barricading the door. They still would have gotten inside, she said. They would have gotten in because they are us, and we are already inside. Don't you see? Don't you understand that is why there is no hope? The other musketeers charged down the stairs. Porthos drew his sword and said, Make yourself useful and take the king and queen up the stairs. Was that part of the wager? Constance asked. Just do it, Captain Tréville ordered. We are about to make good on our part. You dedicated yourself to serving the king's men for as long as you were able. We are his men now, and he is here himself. Serve, as you have done in the past, Constance. Loyalty breeds hope as well. She nodded and turned away. Come, your majesties. We will ascend while the musketeers defend. The three then climbed up the stone stairs and then the wooden ones above those as well. Captain Tréville asked, Do you have axes or tools in here, John Felton? This is not my station, John said. Have you seen any in your time here? Tréville shouted as boards fell out of the door and bony arms reached through for them. John blinked, and his eyes left focus as he tried to think. Yes, I have. They are on one of the higher floors near where I first found Constance in distress. Did you mean tools or weapons, sir? Because there are weapons in a small armory off of this floor which I can show you. I mean tools, Treville said. But we will utilize the weapons as well. Which first then? John Felton asked. Take Porthos to gather the weapons and line them on the floor behind us with haste, Treville said. Then gather the tools above and prepare to cut down where the wooden stairs meet the stone. How is that? John Felton asked. You will be our final line of defense between the dead and the king. Once we fall back to your position, you will chop apart the stairs and we will hold up on the top floors disconnected from these below. Why don't we do that now? Porthos asked. Because we made a wager, Treville said. Why don't I stand ready to chop the stairs, Porthos said, and John Felton battles here at the door since he wears the armor. I do not have time to haggle, Treville shouted. Carry out my orders now, and with haste. Porthos left with John Felton to gather the weapons from the armory room. The door broke away in the center, and the first of the zombies lumbered through. Captain M. de Treville set the tone and the example with a stab through the eye. The creature fell into the path of his dead brothers behind him. With the channel between the walls outside, the narrow split in the door, and the body in the path, the zombies came through one by one and were slowed. The musketeers and their captain altered their attacks, bringing them down and creating a mounting barrier of flesh in the path of the undead. They attempted to climb over the top of the bodies, only to be brained and added to the pile themselves. Soon, the zombies were shuffling around both sides of the pile, along the walls on both sides of the doors. The captain took one side, and Athos took the other, downing the bodies as they made their way inside. Aramis stuck to the center, stabbing any that had tried to scale the pile, and lending aid to either flank as the attack was pressed. Captain M. de Treville shouted, Porthos! Felton! Move with those weapons! I said haste! Porthos gathered an armload of battle-axes, pikes, and maces. John Felton used his own cape to gather and wrap more. The captain's cry echoed back. Porthos made for the door. I have taken leave as long as I can. We need to get these back. John Felton followed Porthos out of the armory and said, I love Milady, and I fear she died upon attempting to enter the palace. Porthos stopped in his tracks and turned to face John. How common of a name is that? Not very, I imagine. Why? Was she wearing leather armor? She was, John said. Did you see her? I did, and she was turned by the curse. John bowed his head with the weapon bundle to his chest in his cape, and he said, She was the love of my life. She seemed to be the love of many, Porthos said. You can mention this to no one else, John Felton. John lifted his head and narrowed his eyes. Why not, sir? Milady was the love of Athos, one of my fellow musketeers fighting for our lives out there. He pines for her long, as you seem to do also. Athos has taken his drinking quite seriously for many years in memory of her, and he was surprised to find her turned within the palace today. This must remain a secret, I'm afraid. John Felton nodded. I understand, sir. Do you have any idea why she was going to the palace, or why she might have diamonds from the Queen's gift? Porthos asked. John Felton shook his head. None. She had a message for the King and Queen, I believe, but I have no knowledge of what it was. I was just supposed to get her here safely, and I failed at that. We have all failed at that recently, Porthos said. No reason to create rivalry over a zombified woman, too. John showed his teeth. I take offense at that. The captain growled from the door. "Porthos! What keeps you, fool?" "Take offense quietly," Porthos said, "and bring the weapons." They turned and carried the bundles back to the front of St. Gervais. They were surprised to see the pile of bodies before the door like a mountain of murder. The pair spread the weapons out across the floor as Captain de Treville had ordered them to do previously. "Do you want me to lend aid here, Captain?" John asked. He kept looking in Athos' direction. Captain Treville said, "No, gather the tools and wait upon the stairs for us, please." John Felton nodded and ran up the stairs to comply. The door buckled open and more zombies were able to pour through at a time. The captain and the musketeers sheathed their swords and took up heavier arms in their battle against the undead at the door. Axe blades split skulls. The heavy, sharp pits of the mace heads crushed bone and splattered brains. Still, the zombies came, and still, the musketeers held their ground and fought in the grand foyer of St. Gervais Bastion, one body after another. The pile shifted, and the broken bodies avalanched into the foyer. Thus the undead poured through the door unabated again. The musketeers fanned out and fought the creatures on their own with the heavy weapons. As the bludgeons and blades failed, they grabbed up the next from the floor. At the 1 hour mark, the men each had the last of the weapons from St. Gervais's armory in hand. Metal and bone both lay broken upon the floor, and the men gathered on the stairs. Instead of retreating, they pressed the fight still for another half an hour beyond the victory of their wager. They denied the zombies the stairs and continued to fight. Constance watched with the king and queen from above as John Felton stood waiting between at the wooden stairs as ordered. Constance found that the courage of the musketeers was enough for her to feel hope again. Like the soldiers she had lost, she desired to serve her king unto the last, and she would go out to seek help for him and his musketeers one way or the other. The zombies pressed on, and soon the captain and the musketeers were retreating up the stairs, losing one step at a time to the endless flood of zombies. Captain de Treville turned his head for a moment and shouted, "John, begin to chop! Do not finish the job before we reach you." "Yes, sir," John responded as he lifted the axe and brought it to bear against the wood of the steps. Porthos shouted, "Look alive!" He swung a mace through the temple of a zombie skull that was lunging headfirst at the captain. They made their way up the stone stairs as they continued to fight the dead. John called, "Move quickly, men! The structure is coming apart." The musketeers ran up the stairs as wood and dust fell from the flight of wooden stairs. The stairs shifted under them as they ran up the wood steps. Porthos was last, and the entire stair collapsed beneath him. Captain Treville and John Felton each grabbed an arm and pulled Porthos up to the stone floor of the top level. The stairs and his mace fell into a heap upon the dark floor and the slaughter on the bottom level. Zombies stepped off the breach and fell as well, trying everything they could to get to the humans, but to no avail or success. The musketeers stretched their weary muscles and stepped away from the ledge. Porthos said, "To make good on our wager, you are bound to feel hope again, our dear Constance." Athos added, "Yes, and that is a few thousand zombies that we won't have to clear later." "We are that much closer to liberating Paris," the king agreed. Aramis looked about. "Where is Constance?" They saw her not as they searched the top floor for her. They found an open window looking out over the city, but they did not find her. "Did she jump?" John asked. "That would seem to break the wager of her agreeing to hope," Porthos said. "Nobody likes a sore loser." Chapter 12. Double Agents. D'Artagnan poured out the murky water from the basin again. As much as he wanted to be clean, He feared bringing the filth near his lips, nose, eyes, or ears. He refilled the porcelain from the pitcher again, and hoped he wasn't putting out Madame Bonacieux or Master Rochefort too terribly. It could not be easy to go fetch water in the midst of Paris caught up in the undead revolution. He was mindful of the burden his thorough bathing might be causing. D'Artagnan ran his hands through the water and scraped under his nails again. He closed his eyes and mouth to splash his face and hair once more, and then returned to scrubbing his arms. He looked back at his clothes in the corner, which appeared to be a shapeless black mass. As D'Artagnan stood naked with clean water dripping off his body, he thought that perhaps he should have asked to borrow clean clothes before he started to wash. He was fairly sure that Bonacieux's and Rochefort's charity extended that far, but it would be awkward to ask while wet and naked. He splashed his face once more and opened his eyes to see Madame Bonacieux standing in the doorway watching. D'Artagnan let out a small peep of surprise, but then stood there dripping and naked, not knowing what else was to be done. She looked him up and down, and she stood there in her fine dress and her wig standing as tall as her head as some manner of sculpted tower. "I seem to be in need of fresh clothes," D'Artagnan said. She smiled, and the muscle in her face twitched. "I think I like you just like this, D'Artagnan, sir." D'Artagnan licked his lips from nervousness rather than desire. He thought she might misinterpret the gesture. She was an older woman, though, that was not a preclusion of such activities, as D'Artagnan was older himself. She was heavy and thick, which gave her a nice, healthy figure. He himself had been through a lot, and D'Artagnan was not exactly in a place to refuse such attention, if it was offered. If Paris was lost, and he was doomed with it, the bed of Madame Bonacieux was not the worst way to see the ending out. She started coughing and bent forward, clutching the doorframe on both sides. Her hacking sprayed dark phlegm around the floor by his feet. He thought perhaps he should step out to comfort her, but seeing as he was naked, he was not sure it would be at all appropriate. If he was misreading her advances, it could easily be unpleasant for him to touch her while naked. He was not certain about Rochefort's relationship with Madame Bonacieux. D'Artagnan was quite certain that he did not want to fight a duel over a misplaced courtship while naked. She raised her head again, and one eyeball was marked with the spread of a dark vein that had burst from her coughing. The other was taking on a sickly, milked-over hue, and D'Artagnan took a step back, though he had nowhere to go with her blocking the doorway. "Were you able to get clean to your liking, Master D'Artagnan?" D'Artagnan stared for a moment as she wavered on her feet in the doorway. "I was. Thank you. I did not plan for replacement clothes, though. That was a failing on my part." She smiled, but then coughed again, and a string of black sludge hacked up over her bottom lip onto her pale chin. She said, "We come into the world naked, and that's how we go out of it. No reason why we can't spend a little time in between that way as well, right?" D'Artagnan swallowed as he watched sweat bead up along her forehead below the line of her wig, even as her face seemed to lose its color at the same instant. It seemed odd to ask her if she was feeling well, when he could see clearly that she was not. D'Artagnan asked, "Would Master Rochefort have some clothes I might borrow until I am in a new position to return them, or to pay him back?" "He is not feeling well," Madame Bonacieux breathed out as her eyes lost focus. Her purple eyelids slid slowly closed and then back open even more slowly. Her breath left her mouth as tendrils of fog vapor that reminded D'Artagnan of cold, misty mornings in the winter in Meung, especially closer to the frozen water before the world ended in a disruption of the intended rest of death. The house and all of Paris were sultry, humid, and hot at the moment, so the only source of cold he could imagine that would result in winter vapor under these conditions would have to come from within Madame Bonacieux's body itself. There was no good explanation for why her insides would be colder than the outside air. There were a narrow range of bad explanations through which did not bode well for D'Artagnan if he remained trapped and naked in the upstairs bathroom of Bonacieux's home. "I am sorry to hear that," D'Artagnan said as he took a step towards the lady. "I should go down and check upon him to see if there's anything I might do for him to help the situation." She took a step forward into the room and closed off his route of escape. It was not much of an escape, unless he intended to flee naked into the infested streets of Paris. Even if he could reach the door without trouble from Bonacieux or Rochefort, he would quickly be fallen upon by any number of undead creatures outside. D'Artagnan imagined himself walking lifeless and mindless, seeking the flesh of the living for himself. He imagined Parisians hiding within their homes and peering out of the sash, wondering how a grown man could allow himself to be caught naked out in conditions such as these. D'Artagnan understood how it could happen now. "No need to bother him," she said. "Men like their privacy when they are struggling with ailment." D'Artagnan nodded. "Privacy, yes. I can understand how a man might want privacy during certain times. Speaking of such, could you excuse me for a few moments to present myself?" Her eyes watered and rimmed with pink, moving towards red. "Nonsense! We are all dear friends here." "I want to leave this room, and I want to get dressed," D'Artagnan said. "I want things as well," Madame Bonacieux said, with her voice turning gravelly with the rattle of congestion in her lungs. "I feel a deep want for things that I cannot explain, and almost dare not speak out loud." D'Artagnan swallowed and said, "If you dare not, I will not press you to." "My desire is to connect to your flesh, Master D'Artagnan." He blinked and felt his palms grow slick with sweat. There were only so many things she could mean by that, and he did not like the connotations of any of those possible meanings. D'Artagnan said, "You are a wonderful woman, and the desire of many men, I am sure. However, in the gravity of our current times, it would not do to indulge in desires of the flesh, no matter what those may be." Madame Bonacieux smiled until her grin appeared more like an animal baring its teeth to attack. Her gums were unnaturally white, as the belly of a dead fish, and speckled in black. She said, "I have never desired anything in my life as I have desired to taste your flesh, Master D'Artagnan." "I must insist that you allow me to pass, madam." Her eyes narrowed and then relaxed to nearly blank emotion. The black dot was blown out in the eye with the busted blood vessel. The other had cataract over to the point that D'Artagnan could not imagine that she could even see out of it any longer. The zombie still saw things, so he supposed she must be able to as well. "I want to tear into you, D'Artagnan, and make you mine. I have never wanted anyone in my life as much as I want to sink my teeth into the meaty muscle and curves of fat in your body and taste your flavor. Fill my belly with your life. I want to make you mine in every way, every bite. Don't you want that too?" D'Artagnan shook his head and whispered, "I do not want that at all, Madame Bonacieux." "Perhaps you just need to try it," she said. "Just one tiny bite and one very small taste, just to see." "Let me pass, or I will make you let me, madam." "That's the life I want to taste," she said. "You don't realize how much you miss the flavor of something until you feel it slipping away. Now I understand what the Cardinal was trying to show us. I understand what he wanted from us, and why he fought so hard to get it." D'Artagnan's breath caught, and he asked, "Were you bitten by Cardinal Richelieu when you went to see him, madam? Was Master Rochefort bitten as well, and that's what you meant by saying he's not well?" "The Cardinal freed us from the constraints of this world," she said. "He traded the mortal coil for the gift of eternal life, which grows within me now. The gift that all the holy saints seek is mine, and I am now ready to pass that gift on to you, so you can experience what I am feeling." "I do not want that, madam." "I can't bring myself to want anything else, Master d'Artagnan." There was a moment of frozen inactivity between them. The unhealthy husk of her breathing echoed off the walls around them. Her breath no longer gave off the odd winter vapor, leading D'Artagnan to believe that her body temperature might be approaching the same as the air around them, as all lifeless bodies will do in time. Her breathing caught, and the absence of sound that followed seemed louder than any noise he had heard in quite some time. He expected her to collapse to the floor before resurrecting again like the agent of the undead cardinal she really was. It was him and his undead revolution that she served now. Her conversion to his unholy, hungry cause was complete. She did not fall over, however. Madame Bonacieux let out a blood-curdling scream and swung at D'Artagnan with curled fingers and open, wet jaws. D'Artagnan only thought about at that moment that he had left his sword upon the ground and the rest of his discarded clothes. Being naked and having no weapon at hand, he grabbed out and pulled up at the basin. He splashed the filthy water in her face. She stopped screaming and started gurgling, but she kept coming, pushing D'Artagnan back into the wall. His bare shoulder smashed through the plaster, opening a dark hole in the wall. He swung back the other way and connected the belly of the basin across her open jaw. Her wig and the alignment of her teeth went askew as her head was whipped to the side, and she staggered. The basin cracked through and fell apart in pieces in D'Artagnan's grasp. Her jaws snapped shut and bit off the end of her tongue. The severed piece fell out onto the floor amongst the broken pieces of the basin. Red blood that had every bit of the look of vital life poured out of her mouth, over her chin, and down the front of her fine dress. Madame Bonacieux growled out her words and slurs from the shortened length of her injured tongue. But D'Artagnan understood every syllable and their full meaning. "I will tear open your chest and belly. I will chew out your heart and intestines while you watch, and while your eyes grow dark, I will continue to eat until your soul has vanished from your still-moving body." D'Artagnan wrote that in that moment he decided quite clearly he preferred the mute zombies to the growling, fevered insanity of a living body descending into the madness of the curse, like he was witnessing from Madame Bonacieux, from the corrupting bite of Cardinal Richelieu. She charged again, and D'Artagnan grabbed up the pitcher from the vanity by its handle and swung it into the opposite side of her head from before. It seemed to do her the favor of moving her jaw back into place, although her nose was quite a mess. The pitcher shattered, and the remaining water splashed over her and washed away the blood from her bleeding tongue. D'Artagnan had quite hoped it would knock her jaw off, eliminating some of her threat, but that was not the case. She slipped on the growing water on the floor, and that, with the force of the impact, sprawled her to her back. Pieces of the shattered pitcher protruded from her cheek and forehead. None seemed to be buried deep enough to damage her brain as she was still moving up the wet floor. "You will pay for that." Her voice was distorted into almost demonic qualities with her severed tongue, crushed nose, and broken teeth. "You will pay for that. You will pay with your skin and your liver. And I think I might care to try your kidneys as well for good measure." Despite the sinister threat from her swollen lips, D'Artagnan felt bad for what he had done. He did not fancy the striking of women, even with an open hand, much less the disfiguring of their face with crockery. Had the circumstance been presented to him less than a month before in his quiet life in Maine with his family, he could not picture or stomach himself striking a woman in such a way. He also felt a deep guilt for having enjoyed their strange hospitality, which had saved him from certain death at the hands and teeth of the zombies of Paris, which had been amassed outside their door around him. He owed them that much, even if they were suffering delusional, homicidal, and cannibalistic impulses from the onset of the curse now. As she started to rise from the floor, he did not feel guilty enough to remain to see that she was okay. He grabbed his sword up from his ruined clothes in the corner and stepped out carefully, trying to avoid the sharp, broken pieces on the floor. Madame Bonacieux rolled over and grabbed at his ankles. D'Artagnan darted out of the room and down the stairs, naked, carrying his sword. It occurred to him that he was not the first musketeer to find himself in exactly that condition since the zombie outbreak had begun. He just hoped that he did not end up naked, armed, and also undead like the musketeer he had met in the woods the day he came upon Athos, Porthos, and Aramis for the first time. D'Artagnan ran into the parlor to find the tea overturned and running across the table onto the floor. Some of it poured into Rochefort's lap, though he seemed not to notice. He was still in his chair at the table, but his head was bent back, staring up at the ceiling. His jaw was slack and his eyes were blank. He coughed and gargled. White foam gathered around his open lips and ran out along one cheek, through his ear, and onto his shoulder. He was far less violent in the moment at his coming conversion from the bite of Cardinal Richelieu than Madame Bonacieux, but his coming end was just as sure. Madame Bonacieux charged down the stairs growling, but then stumbled upon her belly and face and bumped down the steps that way. After taking a few blows to the chin on the way down the steps that would be enough to knock out most men, Madame Bonacieux raised her head and opened her mouth to show her fish-belly gums and her bloody mouth. She gargled and growled in an unearthly combination that bordered on being a maniacal laugh. D'Artagnan found himself wishing that she would go ahead and die, so that he would only have an ordinary zombie to contend with. Her wig was askew, but it remained perched high on her head despite all the terrible blows she had taken in the room above and the ungraceful spill down the stairs. D'Artagnan saw no servants present, but he was vastly impressed with whoever had done Madame Bonacieux's wig work all the same. Her momentum ceased, but she dragged herself down, farther, hand over hand, head first down the stairs. Her lips moved over her teeth, and her growls took on the texture of syllables and words, though they were wholly unintelligible. Her noises were like the sounds of words being drowned and lost in an extended death rattle. Like Paris itself, the death was being drawn out in the most excruciating and torturous manner. Madame Bonacieux continued her growling tirade that was merely an undead mockery of words, but seemed to have great passion and meaning to her. She also seemed to have her damaged, ungodly eyes focused on D'Artagnan's naked body with the same intensity as when her mind had first begun to slip into the dark passions of the undead. D'Artagnan suspected her bite would be just as deadly as the curse passed on to her and Master Rochefort by the Cardinal. D'Artagnan looked about for an option for escape that did not involve the front door. He looked for clothes that did not involve stripping the coat and pants off Rochefort as the man died. Finding none, he tried to improvise. D'Artagnan reached up and tore one of the velvet draperies in a single violent motion. It broke free of the rings and tore the fasteners above the window free from the wall. Plaster dust and torn bits of silk paper dropped on the carpet around his bare feet and the dark footprints he had left earlier. Madame Bonacieux's half-dead throat redoubled her angry growls as if she was further angered by the damage done to her draperies by this naked, ungrateful houseguest. She reached the bottom of the stairs and proceeded to drag herself across the floor towards D'Artagnan in a manner that suggested that she had forgotten how to walk. A power that many a mindless zombie possessed with ease. Zombies outside slammed into the glass from the outside, drawn by the motion inside, and perhaps D'Artagnan's newly cleaned skin on display in the picture window. Their faces marred the glass as their hands marked prints and green smears across the bottom from earlier. More of their fellows slammed into the backs of the first row, adding pressure and weight. It proved more than the glass could absorb, and the window shattered inward. Shards rained down on the carpet, and one sliver popped in Master Rochefort's teacup, as if were meant to use for stirring. He seemed not to notice, still frothing about the mouth with his head back. The zombies clawed through the broken glass and the frame, bringing their hands away, prickled with the stuff. Others pulled themselves up and crawled into the parlor, uninvited the way zombies do. D'Artagnan wrapped the drapery around his torso and legs, forming a dark velvet toga that was most unpracticed and unseemly. It bunched out in places and slipped down in others. His skin showed through gaps in the layers. Greek and Roman forebears would have been most disappointed and offended at the visage D'Artagnan cast in that moment. As he stepped back from the glass, trying not to take any into his feet, he would have given up his sword for a pair of sandals in that moment. Madame Bonacieux dragged herself into the parlor and grabbed at D'Artagnan's ankles as the zombies from the window knocked over the table, breaking the porcelain of the tea set. D'Artagnan dodged around her hands and ran for the front door, holding on to his drapery toga with one hand and his sword in the other. Bonacieux twisted herself around upon the floor in a manner that foreshadowed the clumsy coordination she would have when she became fully zombie. The undead creatures following D'Artagnan out of his parlor tipped Master Rochefort's chair, spilling him into the floor, still in his dying stupor. They kicked and stepped on Madame Bonacieux as they fumbled past her. None of them went after either Rochefort or Bonacieux as they pursued D'Artagnan. He supposed they recognized their own, and the curse was set enough within the couple that the zombies counted them among their number. D'Artagnan supposed that professional courtesy was something to be admired even among the bloodthirsty undead. Madame Bonacieux's wig remained in place despite the undead jostling. D'Artagnan took a breath and pulled open the front door. Even with the commotion around the window, they were still waiting on the steps for him. He dashed down and around them before running up the street. He feared stepping upon a tooth or some shard of bone that would cut him and infect him, but he had no time to remain timid, so he ran onward. He had his sword out and ready, having nowhere to sheath it, but with the numbers around him, he saw no point in standing his ground for battle. Even if he was fully clothed, such an act would serve no purpose, so he ran on along the street. At the corner he paused to catch his breath and to survey the zombies approaching up every avenue. A hat sat upon a post at the end of a fence. It looked like the hat of one of the king's soldiers set there and forgotten. D'Artagnan lifted it out of curiosity and inspected it. It seemed pretty clean, as if it had been knocked right off the scalp of a living man and landed upon the post. D'Artagnan placed it upon his head, figuring it served the post no good, and might at least protect D'Artagnan's head from the sun. He chose the path with the fewest zombies, and ran on, preparing to dodge them as best he could, for as long as he could, in his velvet toga and borrowed soldier hat. Chapter 13. Poisoned with Hope. Constance ducked into the portico of a doorway and waited. The zombies had a way of spying out and sniffing out the living, she had found. but they were also prone to distractions and lack of focus. If she remained still, sometimes they would overlook her until the path was clear enough for her to continue onward. She tried to control the rate and volume of her breathing as the masses of Parisian undead passed back and forth in front of her. One harsh noise or a turn of a head might be all that it took to betray her position. Then she would go the way of the king's soldiers from St. Gervais. This before she was able to find help for the king and his brave musketeers who won the wager to poison her with hope again. She would use that hope to bring others together to clear the city of the scourge of the dead and retake the surrounding lands of France with the musketeers. She believed it could be done, and she was filled with hope in equal measure to her fear. Constance thought she recognized some of the corpses passing by the shadows of the portice where she hid, so she looked away until she was sure those figures had passed. As the musketeers, the captain, and John Felton had chopped down the stairs to secure the upper floor of St. Gervais for the king and queen, Constance had slipped out the window and down the corner to the streets. Unlike her attempt to open the door and end it all, she went outside this time to begin something. As brave as the musketeers had been, they were still in captivity from the zombies with the lower floor of St. Gervais. They needed to be liberated so that they might save the king and queen and liberate the rest of France from the undead revolution. Constance would do her part to see the first and smallest liberation from St. Gervais so that the musketeers could see to the next and greatest liberation from the undead. The door bucked against its hinges and latched behind her. The zombies that were scattered through the streets stopped at the noise and looked around. They sniffed the air and began to turn. A slot at the bottom of the door flipped open, and cold, discolored hands slipped through, clawing blindly for her. The opening was too narrow for them to pull her through, or for them to bite her, but they seemed determined to try as they clawed for her legs. Constance ran out from the door and down the short path to the street. As the zombies spotted her, they changed course and walked towards her as they moaned. She did not wait, but ran onward, spurred on by her infection of hope running through her veins, in contrast to the dark, cold curse settled into the bodies that no longer had working hearts to run anything through their hard, clogged veins. She wondered, not for the first time, at the illogical nature of the threat that she faced. There was no reason for these functionless bodies to be up and moving and eating. They had no beating heart and no heart of life. Their brains were at basic function, and she saw no evidence that they digested the flesh or blood that they ate. There seems to be no process in place to convert energy that would explain their continued activity, yet they still moved. If evil had a power and the heat of eternal hell was a usable energy, she supposed that could be the only explanation for any of this. Yet again, why now and not before? D'Artagnan wrote that he pondered for a long time on these things when Constance and others expressed them to him. Even in the cooler days of greater rest, D'Artagnan was able to derive no definitive truth from speculation. Neither did Constance understand how or why they still moved. As she reached the extent of her own energy, she kept running, fueled by hope that the living could be victorious. There was no explanation how hope could keep her body moving in her exhaustion, and yet she still put one foot in front of the other after being spent just like the zombies did. Maybe hope would be the cure for the zombies' curse in the end. Constance rounded the corner and reached the edge of the street outside the palace. She knew the king and queen had abandoned it, but she thought that there might be more of the king's men still inside and looking for hope and reason to go on fighting. She thought that if she could tell them that the king still lived and needed them, then she could give them the hope and purpose that they needed to go on. The zombies milled about the streets at all points. She saw an open door ahead of her, and that seemed to be clear. Constance ran out and slipped around the zombies that grabbed for her too slow to take hold. She reached the door and pulled up with caution, not wanting to run headlong into the unknown darkness. She crept up slowly, but as she leaned forward to look inside, something pulled out from under her feet and she went down to her knees. Constance whirled around, expected to find one of the undead upon her, but the ones from the streets were still approaching slowly. Constance looked down and saw a length of cord snaked out along the path from the inside. She picked it up in her hand, and she stared at it without comprehension. She pulled it out from the inside of the open door to the palace until she had it taut. Once she felt resistance, she pulled a little harder. Gaining no ground, she gave one more powerful yank. The resistance gave and the rope went slack. The impact on the door startled her, and it flung the rest of the way open, revealing a woman in leather armor with the noosed end of the cord tied tightly around her neck. Constance tried to back away, but by the time she went from her knees to her feet, the zombie on the cord that the musketeers and John Felton knew as Milady was on her and sunk her teeth into Constance's shoulder. Milady was off balance, and Constance twisted away without tearing her own flesh. When Constance danced aside, Milady fell on her face and Constance stumbled back. She pulled the shoulder of her blouse aside and hoped for the best, but she found the teeth marks with dark blood welling in each one. She considered giving up in that moment. She knew that while she had been poisoned by the hope of the musketeers, she was now poisoned with the curse of the zombie. She knew what would happen to her in time. She could stay where she was, and they could tear her apart the way she had planned before the musketeers ever came into her life. It would not be quick enough, but it would be over. She considered it, but then she decided that she had lost the wager to the musketeers, and her punishment was hope. Milady had poisoned her, but Constance still lived. While she still lived, there was still hope, and she could still help the musketeers save the land just as she planned to do before. She might not live to see it, but others would. She just had to act quicker to gather the help the musketeers needed in order to see their liberation. As the zombies closed in around her, Constance stood and ran. She was exhausted, and she was fatally injured, but she was still poisoned with hope, and she ran onward away from the palace, seeking others that might be able to help the musketeers see the light of freedom. For quite a while she saw nothing but the dead around every corner and up every street, but she continued onward. Her resolve began to waver, but she continued, having no other options aside from lying down and giving up. Constance rounded another corner to another street, and she saw a sight that stopped her in her tracks. A soldier wrapped in a curtain and nothing more whipped his sword from side to side, bringing down one zombie after another. As he appeared to be naked and barefoot under the drape, she could only tell he was one of the king's soldiers by the hat still sitting upon his head. He fought. He was naked, holding a drape on with one hand, and barefoot, but still he fought, and the zombies fell before his sword. This was the man of hope she had been seeking. She looked about her and saw a loose section of iron fence. Constance fought one of the iron posts with a sharp-pointed top out, and she bore it like a pike. Constance ran forward and drove it into the skull of one of the zombies coming after the man. She withdrew and struck again. Between the two of them, they were able to clear the streets and take a breath. He said, "I am D'Artagnan, and I am in your debt for saving my life, dear." "I am Constance, and I need your help to save others." He sighed and shook his head. "I am from Maine, where this all began, and one thing I have learned is that no one I try to protect or save makes it out alive. That is the curse I carry within me." Constance slid the cloth off her shoulder to show her bite, and she said, "I carry a different curse with me now. I cannot save them alone. I need you to fight with me to liberate them while I still live and I am still able to help." D'Artagnan took a step back, away from her. "Stay away from me." Constance dropped her iron pike with a clatter and held out her hands. "No, please, sir, I am not one of them. Not yet. I am still alive and serve the living. I beg for your help." D'Artagnan shook his head. "There is nothing I can do for you or them." Constance took a breath and said, "The king and queen and the king's musketeers are captive in St. Gervais, surrounded by the zombies. But they are still alive and ready to save Paris and all of France, if we can just get them free." D'Artagnan's entire face changed. He turned his face up to the sky and lifted his hands with his sword into the air. He gave out a cry that Constance first thought was sorrow, but then she recognized as joy. He looked at her with his face alight and said, "Constance, you have given me hope once more." She smiled and said, "And your words have given me what remains of my life meaning." "Where did you say they were?" D'Artagnan asked, as his curtain toga began to slip and he had to pull it tighter. "They are in St. Gervais's bastion. The musketeers have destroyed the stairs to secure themselves on the top floor, while the zombies occupy the lower floor. They are safe for now with the king and queen, but they are captive. St. Gervais is merely a larger-than-usual cell or a dungeon in the air until we get them all out." D'Artagnan stared at the bodies in the street for a moment. "I am not sure where else we can go once we do set them free. All strongholds seem to fall to the dead in time. The zombies always get in." Constance said, "The palace is out of the question. I just returned from there, and that is where I was poisoned by the bite of a dead woman with a cord around her neck." D'Artagnan sighed and said, "I am sorry that that happened to you, and more sorry that it was her that did it, Constance. That was Milady, and we had more than one opportunity to end her while we failed to use it. Our failing has led to your downfall in this. For that, I apologize." "It is done," Constance said. "What matters is what we do with the time we have left, you and I both. If we cannot hold a position forever, then we find a way to hold it for a time. If we can hold nothing, then we will get the king and queen out of the city. Then, it will not matter if the zombies get inside or out. I watched the musketeers cut down more than 1,000 of those creatures on the grounds of St. Gervais. I watched you cut them down here in the street without relenting. I am still making good of my remaining life by aiding you. If we all work together, we can continue to protect the king and queen. We can liberate Paris. We can cut down the zombies in the countryside faster than they can bite the living. You can recruit new musketeers to help when I and others finally fall, and the world can belong to the living once more." "You are filled to overflowing with hope even unto the end," D'Artagnan said. "I am fully sick with it," Constance said. "And I will find reasons to keep feeding it until it is what I die from, sir." "Then we need a plan to extract our friends from their captivity in St. Gervais. And from there we need a plan to move them to safety, either inside or outside of the dead city of Paris," D'Artagnan said. "Sick," Constance said. "The city may be ill and ailing, but it is not dead as long as any of us still live. It is still ruled by the King of Life, as long as the king and his queen still breathe with a warm, beating heart. The city can be made well and whole and healthy once more, if we can but extract the dead and walking corpses that cover it for this moment. I believe it, D'Artagnan. I know it in my heart, and for now, my heart is still beating." D'Artagnan nodded. "Very well. I will hope with you, and continue fighting after you are no longer able to do so." "I thank you," Constance said. "I thank you just for having survived for me to find you." D'Artagnan raised his head and saw the dead approaching from both ends of the street. He said, "We must first get away from here, and I could use some proper boots and fighting attire." "Do you need armor?" she asked. D'Artagnan shook his head. "I would be satisfied with pants." Constance said, "It is not far, But between here and St. Gervas there is a haberdashery. The clothing will be a bit fancy for the purpose of fighting, but at least you will have both hands, not needing to hold your velvety toga in place any longer." "That sounds perfect," D'Artagnan said. "Let's go before we are engaged in another fight on this spot." They worked their way around and dodged the undead Parisians on their path towards St. Gervas. Twice Constance had to point out sharp objects on the road that would have opened D'Artagnan's feet. He was not sure how he had survived this long without her. He began to think about Madame Bonacieux and her madness as the curse overtook her while she still lived. He felt a great weight on his heart as he thought about sweet Constance with her great well of hope descending to those savage levels in time. D'Artagnan realized the weight of a combination not just of the care he had acquired for this woman he had just met, but it was combined with the gravity of all the people he had lost to the zombie outbreak between Meung and Paris. He resolved himself to do the best with his body and his time, to see that her sacrifice and those of all the others he had known would not be in vain. Constance motioned up another street that appeared clear for the moment. D'Artagnan followed with his sword out, having no other option for the weapon at the moment other than to drop it. Constance said, "I am guessing that the haberdashery will not be open for regular business today." "I would think not, under these circumstances," D'Artagnan said, as he cut his head to and fro, watching for the creatures to lurk out of any shadow at any moment as they moved along. "I'm not sure whether we should leave money on the counter for the clothes, and the lock we will have to break," she said. D'Artagnan shook his head. "The owner is likely dead, and is engaged in eating his neighbors." "If he is not, he might be defending his store from the likes of you and I," Constance said. D'Artagnan narrowed his eyes and said, "I had not considered that." "Do you have any money on you?" she asked. D'Artagnan looked down at his toga and back up at her. "No." "Are you opposed to stealing the clothes if we must?" she asked. D'Artagnan shrugged. "I don't see that we have any choice. We shall be like the disciples, picking grain and eating on the Sabbath, or like King David and his hungry army eating the bread from the Lord's altar. Extreme circumstances foster a greater swath of forgiveness." "I'm not sure this brand of theft is covered in those biblical examples you just posed," Constance said. "Perhaps not," D'Artagnan said. "But the only priest I know in this city is Cardinal Richelieu. His head is too cocked to read the scriptures. His arms are broken and unable to turn the pages, and as a zombie himself, the only desire of his heart is to eat the flesh of the living as a thief of life. We will have to draw our own interpretations of the scripture until the church assigns a new cardinal to Paris." "I suppose so," she said. D'Artagnan wrote that at the time he was unaware that even after all his efforts to save the city from the undead, the church would not be reassigning a new cardinal. But we will get back to Cardinal Richelieu and the business of the church before this tale is finished. They reached the door of the shop, and Constance pulled. The glass and wood rattled, but did not open on its latch and lock. The noise echoed up the street in both directions, and D'Artagnan looked back and forth once. If the zombies were not coming yet, they would be soon. Constance looked about and said, "If we can locate a rock or some other object, we can smash the lock off." D'Artagnan frowned and said, "We are not in the countryside." "May I see your sword?" she asked. D'Artagnan hesitated. He said, "It's not as good as a blunt object, and if you intend to use the point to burgle the lock, it will surely break, leaving us all but defenseless." She smiled and said, "I do not intend either of those things, sir, and I ask that you trust me." D'Artagnan sighed and nodded and handed over his sword. She did turn the handle towards the door, but she tapped at the bottom corner of the glass of the window above the lock instead of the lock itself. The glass began to crack and whiten. The noise of the impacts rolled out like claps of thunder. D'Artagnan looked out around the streets for undead onlookers to emerge, curious and hungry. He looked back through their reflections into the darkened interior of the shop. Coats on dummies looked all the world like pale, headless figures standing and ready to move to attack. He knew that if they were headless, then he would have nothing to fear from the zombies or bodies. Still, he watched around the inside for any lurking thing that might be approaching through the shadows, ready to smash the glass for them and invite them inside for a bite and a feast of terror. The glass broke out of the corner in a few chunks and fell into the store onto the floor. She flipped the sword around and used the tip to poke a couple more shards to make the hole wider. Constance handed the sword back to D'Artagnan and said, "Thank you." She reached her hand toward the hole to unlock the door from the inside. D'Artagnan licked his lips and said, "Wait, just wait a moment." She paused with her hand extended in the air and said, "What is it?" "I want to be sure there are none inside before you stick your hand in and get bitten," D'Artagnan said. She smiled and tilted her head. "I am already bitten, D'Artagnan." He nodded. "I know, but I don't want to hasten your departure." She smiled and stepped aside. D'Artagnan leaned forward with his lips very near the opening. He whistled into the dark store. D'Artagnan paused and listened, but heard nothing and saw no movement. He cleared his throat and said, "Hello?" D'Artagnan waited, fully expecting some monster to come crashing through the glass into his face faster than he could register the movement. He saw no movement and heard no noises. D'Artagnan reached his own hand through and fumbled with the latch until he figured out how to undo it blind. His toga began to unravel around him in the process. The bolt snapped loose, and the door swung inward as D'Artagnan extracted his hand from the hole in the glass. "Be careful of the falling glass with your feet," Constance said. D'Artagnan nodded and stepped through and around to the side. The loose furls of his drapery pulled some of the glass along the floor with a scrape. He shook the glass away and entered without cutting his feet. Constance followed him behind him and pushed the door closed. As it clicked back into the frame, the rest of the glass shattered and poured out onto the stoop outside, leaving the window and the door completely empty and open to the outside. They both stared for a moment. Constance said, "We might ought to hurry now." D'Artagnan walked through the tables and inspected the cravats. The patterns were difficult to see fully in the dark, but he inspected the materials and colors as best he could. Constance cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should focus more on the basics now?" D'Artagnan nodded. Right, of course." He grabbed up a shirt and some pants and moved over to the boots. As he was about to drop the drapery, he paused and looked back at Constance. "Would you prefer that I move to the back to do this?" "I don't think we have the time or luxury for modesty," she said. "And I think once we break into a store to do our shopping, we have cast off the basic social conventions." "True," he said. "I will be quick." He dropped the velvet drape he had ripped down from the window of Madame Bonacieux and stood there in nothing but a hat from the uniform of the king's soldiers. He started to put on the boots first, but then realized that wouldn't work. He started with the pants and then the shirt. D'Artagnan wasn't certain, but he thought that perhaps Constance had been watching him and his body more than the door. If she had not been poisoned with the curse of undeath, there might have been a chance of something between them, physically or otherwise. He took a moment to track down hosiery and did pick out a matching cravat. He applied both and then stepped into the boots. He felt like a new man. Constance asked, "Are we ready to go?" "Just a moment," D'Artagnan said. He located a belt and buckled it on, feeding his sword down through the loop on the side. "Now?" she asked. "Just a moment, please." He took off the hat that belonged to an unknown king's soldier and placed it atop one of the headless dummies. It seemed a poor tribute to a man that likely fought and died in the streets of Paris, but it would have to do. D'Artagnan removed the coat from the dummy and put it upon himself. He then inspected the shelves of hats, trying on a few and putting them back. Constance sighed and asked, "Master D'Artagnan, I used to shop with my mother and sisters when I was young, and my family had more means. They had an incredible endurance for shopping, and I was exhausted at the end of it all, dealing with them. In all that time, I do not think I was as tired as this. I do not want my final moments on this earth to be taken up with waiting for you to select a hat." D'Artagnan nodded. "Right, sorry." He chose out a felt hat, which was folded and buckled in an ornate manner, so that it stood a little taller upon the brow. It was not one he would have chosen given more time, but he thought it would do for now, and he could not complain about the price of the hat. "I am ready to save the kingdom," D'Artagnan said. Constance rolled her eyes, and they made for the door. They opened it inward and stepped out onto the stoop with glass crunching under her shoes and his new boots. The dead approached from two sides. From one direction, Milady shuffled forward, dragging the cord of her drapery noose behind her. D'Artagnan heard Constance's throat catch in mid-swallow. Several other nameless corpses followed along around the ex-wife of Athos. "She found me," Constance whispered in mortal terror. From the other direction, the Cardinal Richelieu hobbled forth, flanked by his men's corpses and the dead soldiers of the king that had deserted the army of the living after succumbing to their wounds and rose again in betrayal to the cardinal's unholy horde of death. D'Artagnan's breath caught at the sight of Richelieu. One of the men still toted a musket in his arms, waving back and forth, with each wavering step with no effort to aim. D'Artagnan thought that being a musketeer, even provisionally, he should probably be carrying a musket as well. More than a few of the bloodied, festering men had lost their hats. D'Artagnan whispered, "I only have the one hat to offer, men. I'm sorry." "What?" Constance looked at him. D'Artagnan shook his head and said, "Nothing. Let us make our escape out through the back." Constance seemed to like that idea, as she was first to run back into the store. D'Artagnan closed the door back despite the glass missing from the frame. It seemed a bit silly, but having seen the clumsiness of zombies, he thought it might foil their pursuit to a degree. He worked the lock on the latch for good measure. "Come," Constance said. D'Artagnan followed. They ran back through the tables and along a passage leading through the storage cabinets. At the back door, Constance undid the bolt and worked the latch. D'Artagnan heard scratching on the other side. His throat went dry, and he said, "Wait." She opened the door, and dozens of arms pushed through, clawing at the wall and air. Growls filled the passage. She tried to push the door back closed, despite all the arms between it and the frame. The zombies pushed against her and forced the door wide open. D'Artagnan grabbed her by the shoulder over her bite wound and felt Constance wince under his touch. He was sorry for her suffering, but there was no time to rectify it. He pulled her away from the door and back towards the front of the store. The dead poured in through the back after the couple. The creatures bounced off the cabinet doors and knocked over tables as they filled the store. D'Artagnan reached the front door again and pulled to find it locked. He shook it in its frame in a panic and fumbled with the lock. Constance pushed his hands aside and undid the bolt herself. She opened the door, and they raced outside with the dead from both directions of the street nearly upon them. "Which way to St. Gervais?" D'Artagnan shouted. "This!" Constance grabbed D'Artagnan's forearm to pull him along so they could fight their way between the zombies through and against one tide of death in the street. He hazarded one glance in Cardinal Richelieu's direction. The musket in the zombie's hand went off with a loud rapport and blue smoke clouding around it. The creature seemed as surprised by the great sound as D'Artagnan and Constance were. The other creatures paused and looked about in as much wonder as their lifeless forms and empty minds could muster. The ball from the shot punched through D'Artagnan's new hat, putting a hole in it before embedding in the wall of the shop behind it. The hat lifted off of D'Artagnan's head and sailed back into the door and empty window where the zombies from the store leaned out, fighting to get to the couple. It lit it upon the head of a man who had most of the skin of his scalp missing down to the exposed bone of his skull. D'Artagnan conceded that the fellow with a skull for a scalp arguably needed it more than D'Artagnan himself did. D'Artagnan and Constance used the frozen confusion of the zombies to dash between them in the direction of Saint Gervais. The Cardinal Richelieu let out a grunt and a growl, which set the zombies in motion again. They gathered into one front and pursued the living man and woman through Paris. Chapter 14. The Liberation of Saint Gervais. D'Artagnan and Constance stood atop the roof of tenement across the roadway from Saint Gervais's bastion, which towered above them. The window Constance had used to escape the first time still hung open, more than a story above their heads and across the street. The zombies filled the streets below, jostling to get inside through the open door of the bastion. As one of the party that had exited the palace without D'Artagnan had said, and D'Artagnan would hear to tell of later, a stronghold isn't much of a stronghold if the door is open. They had considered trying to climb back up the way she came down, but even if they could fight their way through the mob, which was packed tight in the street below, they would just end up trapping themselves with the others. D'Artagnan considered calling out to see if he might be able to draw his companions to the open window to see them alive again, but such an interaction would draw undue attention from the zombies below before they were prepared to deal with them. D'Artagnan stepped back from the edge and pitched his voice low, as not to be heard by dead ears below. "Tell me everything that happened in Saint Gervais's up to the moment you left. Give me details of person and structure from what you saw and what you remember." She nodded and gave him all the details she had, including much of what lies in this account derived from D'Artagnan's pen and histories. As she finished, sweat stood out upon Constance's brow. She bowed her head and wiped her brow with her sleeve. The act pulled the material at her shoulder enough to reveal the edge of her bite wound. It had festered, and what had been slight before was now dark and deep. Wet infection oozed forth from the teeth marks, and the skin around stood up red and fevered. Her wound was never going to heal. Her hope was not going to save her from this. "Constance," he said, "do you need to sit down?" She shook her head and opened her eyes, showing them ringed with deep pink heat. "It'll be fine for a time. If we are going to be successful at this, you will need my help. So we need to act quickly, both in a decision of a plan and the execution of the plan of liberation." D'Artagnan nodded and looked back across the gap. "I'm sorry this has happened to you, Constance." She said, "We need to complete this a lot faster than it takes you to shop." D'Artagnan smiled. He was comforted that she appeared to be holding on to her facilities better and longer than Madame Bonacieux had been able to do. Maybe an infusion of hope did make some difference even in this. He did not have great hope that it would be able to hold off for long. He looked about, and then under his feet. "We will need to find tools to pry up these planks, and we will need rope or cord as much as we can find." "There may be some down inside this building," she said. "I will go look." "I'll go with you," D'Artagnan said. She shook her head and blinked. "No. If I am bitten again, it will not be a loss beyond what we are already about to lose. If you are bitten, all of France may fall as a result." He shook his head. "Constance." She held up a shaky, pale hand. "I won't hear it, D'Artagnan. It is the truth. I will be back with what we need, one way or the other. I don't have the time or energy to argue with you." D'Artagnan sighed and nodded. "Don't be bitten again, please." She smiled and licked sweat away from her lip and said, "I shall do my best." Constance was gone for a short while before she returned with chisels, hammer, and a cord. She said, "There is more below. The top floor of the building is an artist's studio which lies abandoned. It has all we might need. You can begin pulling up your planks, and I will get more." "Are there easels below too?" he asked. She nodded and then held her head. "Yes." "Could you bring some up with more cord?" D'Artagnan asked. "Are you able?" "I can get whatever you need," she said. "Keep working." D'Artagnan began prying up the planks from the roof as Constance brought up more cord and the easels. D'Artagnan fashioned the boards together and repurposed the easels to create counterbalance. He slid his planks across and up to the sill of the open window of St. Gervais. The cords were connected at the far end by another set of easels. The zombies below did not seem to notice as they worked the bridge across the gap. The apparatus rested on the edge and seemed to hold. "Until we secure the cords on the other side," he said, "the bridge is unstable, and I will need you to hold it on this end." "Maybe I should go across," she said. "If it falls with me, you will be able to create a second option." He put his hand on her head and felt cold where he expected to feel heat of fever. D'Artagnan swallowed and said, "If this does not work, we will be out of options. We must make this work. I have to be the one to go across because I know how to secure the cords properly." "You could explain it to me," she said. He dropped his hand away from her icy head. "Do you think we have that kind of time?" Constance sighed and said, "Go, I will hold the bridge. If I did not fear making you sick, I would kiss you for luck." D'Artagnan smiled and said, "I would gladly accept." She footed the bridge with her weight, and he stepped out onto the planks over the abyss of the street. The nails creaked and threatened, but they held. D'Artagnan made the next step, and the one after that. The planks creaked and popped. The footing felt spongy under his feet. Where he had been so sure of his construction before, D'Artagnan doubted every nail and connection in that moment. Still, he took the next step, and the one after that along his bridge above the street. Below him, the zombies turned their heads from side to side. As some tried to locate the noise which might mean food for them, others continued to push and shove, not knowing where they were going. D'Artagnan wrote that he wasn't certain that the behavior was all that different from a normal day in Paris, especially with so many outsiders in the city visiting. They did not raise their eyes towards heaven to see D'Artagnan above them. Their faces remained cast down towards the ground and possibly onto hell below. Both afterlife destinations had been denied them, and D'Artagnan wondered as he crossed the planks above them towards the open window of St. Gervais, whether earth was their hell and being trapped here in their dead, decaying bodies was their eternal torment. Surely destroying their brain and freeing them of that desire to eat other humans was some act of mercy, both to the world of the living and the unrested dead. They continued to search ground level for the source of the noise of D'Artagnan's footsteps, refusing to look heavenward where he passed. He knew they were capable of looking up when they saw him climb on the cabinet in the palace. If they did not watch him go, the notion of looking up was no longer part of their instinct, as it was in the souls of the living to naturally look towards God in the light of the sun. These creatures represented a dark mockery of God's creation. They were the death that was foretold when Eve ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. First, she ate, and then Adam, and then all the people of Paris lived to see the full measure of that curse of death spread from Eden to Mang to Paris, and then maybe to the rest of the world. These things that refused to look up were the dark shadows of the true resurrection of God promised through Christ. These were the devotees of Cardinal Richelieu and his undead congregation. D'Artagnan was not sure who represented the sanctuary of the living any longer. Constance clung to hope, even though she was descending quickly. She had said his companions, the king and the queen, still lived atop St. Gervas's bastion, but no one had come to the window to investigate the bumps and creaks yet. Maybe D'Artagnan himself, the last man of Mang, soon to be the last man of Paris, was meant to carry the mantle of the living. Either he would succeed here, or he would go on to be the last man of France and the last man on earth. He would foil all the hope of Constance. D'Artagnan reached the window and stepped through inside to the empty room. He listened but heard nothing except the zombies from the ground floor echoing up through the structure. He wanted to call out the names of the musketeers as Captain M. de Tréville had done from the half-study in his ruined estate the day D'Artagnan had met him. He did not know if they had been bitten and turned. He would call out his greeting, and their undead forms would pour into the room to feast before he had the bridge secured for a return run. He took the cords from the end of the bridge and stretched them taut, tying them off to secure posts within the room. The bridge outside tightened, and the planks popped as they stiffened at their connections. As the last cord twanged tight where D'Artagnan had tied it off, he heard footsteps thundering through the top floor of St. Gervas towards the room. D'Artagnan backed towards the window and put his hand upon his sword. Athos, Porthos, and Aramis stormed into the room together with swords drawn, ready to fight. They stopped and looked about. Aramis said, "D'Artagnan, what brings you here?" D'Artagnan smiled. "I'm tired of doing all the work of freeing Paris on my own. It is time you three started carrying your share of the burden for a change." Athos said, "I think D'Artagnan has endured enough of an ordeal to promote him beyond provisional status." Aramis said, "Maybe enough to be moved up to attendant to the king even." "We've done plenty ourselves," Porthos said. "And did you take time to dress yourself for dinner, D'Artagnan? Is that a cravat? I'm surprised you're not donning a powdered wig or perhaps a fine hat." "Of course not," D'Artagnan said. "That would be ridiculous indeed. I had to change clothes when my others were too mucked from the guts of zombies. I even had to fight naked for a while, but I do not wish to talk about that." Captain Tréville followed into the room with a man that D'Artagnan would learn was John Felton. The king and queen peered in behind them. The king said, "I think I know him, do I not?" D'Artagnan sighed. The king had been honoring D'Artagnan that very morning, and D'Artagnan was back to save him again. Kings are quite busy, but D'Artagnan hated to think that he was so easily forgotten. "We need to cross over," D'Artagnan said. "We must either find a stronghold within Paris which we can hold, or we have to leave the city and find a point from where we can launch our offensive against the zombies to reclaim the land." "Listen to him," Porthos said. "Perhaps he is promoting himself to general." The king stepped into the room. I will not abandon the city. I have already left my palace to those dead, dirty monsters. I will not surrender the city to them. If we are going to mount an offense, it should be from here. We should clear Paris street by street, house by house. And then, from a secure capital, we break the siege of the nation and put down the undead revolution of the zombies. The room was silent for a moment, save for the growls of the dead echoing off the stone in a manner that seemed to challenge the small pocket of living Parisians. Captain Treville said, "There is a merit in that approach. Clearing Paris from the inside out will be a far different affair trying to liberate all of France and then to take Paris from the outside." "Of course it has merit," the king said. "I thought of it." "Where in Paris is still secure to use as a stronghold and a point of launching our attack," John Felton said. "We would need to be able to return each night to rest and regroup. This is a war that will require more than a day, and unlike the zombies, we must rest and have supplies. Do any of you know of such a place that has secure structures and supplies still within Paris?" The zombies' punctuated silence extended for a few moments, and then it was the Queen who said, "Les Rochelle." Another silence followed. "Are you certain?" the king asked. "It is quite a distance," M. de Treville said. "It would be a shame to fight that far and find it has fallen." "It has secure walls," the king said. "The defenses are redundant, which would serve well under these conditions. To that place I do have a key." "It sounds like our best option," John Felton said. "Very well," D'Artagnan said. "Constance is on the other end of our bridge. We should go one at a time to put the least stress upon it." "A few musketeers first," Treville said, "so that we have fighting men on both ends. Then the king and queen will cross. Then the last of us, so that we are all together once more for the next leg of our quest." Treville crossed, followed by D'Artagnan and John Felton. The king crossed next, and the men split their attention between watching the king's wary progress and watching for any zombies to find their way to the roof of the tenement and studio. Constance sat on the ground alone, hugging her knees to her chest and rocking. D'Artagnan left the action on the bridge and knelt beside her. He felt the cold coming off of her body without even touching her. She was as pale as if her skin were made from porcelain and formed into a living doll. A stain of green and black seeped through the shoulder of her blouse and ran down through the material in dark tendrils. "We have liberated them from Saint Gervais," D'Artagnan said. "We have a plan to make our stand at La Rochelle and to begin our conquest of the city and the nation from there." Constance coughed up black phlegm onto the plaster of the ceiling, showing through the opening from one of the missing planks next to her. Her voice rattled inside her chest and throat. "That is wonderful. I will not live to see it. But it is wonderful." D'Artagnan's instinct was to argue with her and fight for her, to keep the hope that she had made this all possible, but he knew that was foolish. Like the zombies below, he could not bring himself to look up in this moment. It seemed almost cruel to ask her to keep fighting in this condition, so he just sat with her, listening to her breathing grow more harsh with each moment. D'Artagnan turned his head to see the king, the queen, Athos, and Porthos had successfully crossed. Aramis was halfway across himself. D'Artagnan said, "We are almost done. You can come with us to La Rochelle, and then you will be able to rest." He did not hear her respond, but saw the others staring in his direction from the foot of the bridge. D'Artagnan turned back and saw Constance standing on the edge of the roof. He scrambled to his feet and almost stepped into one of the openings which would have spilled him through the ceiling into the artist's studio below. He called, "What are you doing?" "I cannot make it to Les Rochelles, D'Artagnan." He took a step towards her, and she leaned out over the edge. D'Artagnan stopped and held out his hands. "Oh, okay, Constance, wait, please. Tell me what you want. If it is to be ended before your turn, that I understand. Don't cast yourself into their grasp, however. This is not high enough a fall to ensure your end. We can put you to rest in the most merciful way we can. I don't want to see you suffer at their hands and teeth." "I can't be close to you any longer, D'Artagnan." "Why not?" he asked. "Because I can feel it in me," she said. "I desire to taste and to chew. I feel the hunger of the curse. It is a desire in the pit of my cold stomach that grows to the point of pain. Where I wanted to kiss you before, now I feel the urge to bite and tear your flesh. I don't even remember what it's like to love. I only feel hunger now. If you came close enough to show me mercy, I would not be able to control myself. You might be quick and sure, but one slip is all it takes for it to be all over. I will not have that slip come at my diseased hands or teeth. I cannot save myself, but I can protect you from me. I cannot remember my mother's face or the names of my sisters anymore. Worse than dying is having my soul die within me from this curse. Promise me that you will cast this curse back to hell, that none may suffer from it again." "I promise," D'Artagnan said. D'Artagnan wrote that he had no way of knowing whether he could make good on that promise or not, but he made it anyway, because it was the only mercy he had left to show her. He also wrote that she might not have thought she knew love any longer, but her final act was the very definition of love. D'Artagnan regretted not telling her as much while she still lived. "Goodbye, D'Artagnan." "I do not want to say goodbye," D'Artagnan said. "I won't make you." She stepped back and dropped off the ledge of the building. The group gasped behind him. D'Artagnan hoped it was high enough that she would be ended upon impact. D'Artagnan ran to the edge and looked over. She was on her back, but was not touching the ground. The zombies were pushing up against the edge of the building, drawn by her voice from a moment before. As they writhed and shoved at the base of the tenement, she rode atop their heads and hands. He waited to see her limbs break, her flesh tear, and her blood spill, but it didn't happen. They were not biting her, even though she still lived. The curse was thick inside her, and they could sense that. She rode back upon their hands through the crowd over the street and back into Paris. With her arms out to her side and her feet off the ground, she looked like an angel in flight. Her eyes passed over D'Artagnan's face as he stared down at her. They were more dusty gray than they were milky white. There was no recognition in her gaze. Her eyes swept over him as if he were a stranger or some common object with no meaning. D'Artagnan shivered when he saw her blank, empty expression. She was no longer in there. Perhaps it was mercy that she could not remember her life as she was losing it. D'Artagnan was willing to take small comfort as opposed to no comfort at all. He turned away from the ledge with his back upon the dead as he faced the living. Chapter 15. The Stand in Paris. "It will be a hard fight through the streets," Tréville said. "We will need to stay in formation, if we are to stand a chance of survival." D'Artagnan looked at the bridge over to St. Gervais and then out across the rooftop stretching into the distance. "What if we don't have to fight?" Tréville stared at D'Artagnan. "Explain your meaning, Musketeer." D'Artagnan said, We used a bridge to cross from St. Gervais. What if we're to do the same to move from rooftop to rooftop to Les Rochelles?" "That will take quite a while," Porthos said. "The distance between roofs is less here," D'Artagnan said. "If we aren't fighting for our lives the entire way, we can take as much time as we need. The bridges can serve us for safer transport through the city once we are about liberating Paris." "I like it better than running through the middle of them," the king said. They pulled up planks from the roofs and the apartments within the building to build one bridge after another through Paris. They ran into some trouble as they searched apartments for supplies and food, but they dispatched the zombies they encountered without losing anyone else to bites. They also found living men, women, and children hiding within the buildings. There were far more living residents still within Paris than they had realized. Many of the men and women joined in construction of the bridges. It took multiple nights, but they reached the last buildings looking towards Les Rochelles with a sizable fighting force. D'Artagnan said, "We are not going to get there by bridge." The distance to the stronghold was too great, and a layer of bodies surrounded Les Rochelles. Surrounded it, but had not penetrated it. "Can we break this siege?" Captain Tréville asked. Before the Musketeers could respond, the citizens of Paris with them let up a cheer. The zombies turned and approached in response. D'Artagnan, the Musketeers, and their armed recruits from the city took to the ground and began putting down the mob of zombies from outside Les Rochelles. Captain Tréville called orders to keep the untrained troops in formation and fighting. The doors to Les Rochelles opened, and soldiers of the king poured forth to join the fight against the zombies from the other side. With living warriors from without and trained soldiers from within, the zombies fell. More dead came from the city at the sound of battle, and the army fought on, but they were victorious over the zombies and broke the siege of Les Rochelles. The king and queen made it inside safely, and it was from there that the liberation of Paris was launched. More recruits were brought in over the coming days and were armed for battle. Some of the group used the bridges to travel over the city to gather supplies. The soldiers, recruits, and musketeers moved through the streets, searching and clearing buildings. In the night, more zombies would move in, and they would have to clear the same structures and streets again. In time, the number of dead began to thin, and they made progress deeper into the city. D'Artagnan asked, "Did you find her?" Tréville patted D'Artagnan's shoulder and said, "We did not see Constance today. We will keep looking." Athos asked, "Did you find her?" John Felton looked away and said, "Milady? No, not yet. Sorry." D'Artagnan made his way back to the house of Madame Bonacieux and drew his sword as he went inside. "Do you want us to come with you?" one of the men asked. D'Artagnan said, "No, wait outside, please." Furniture was broken and windows shattered, but the house was largely empty. He found the corpse of Master Rochefort wandering the parlor and staring at the floor. His shoes crunched on pieces of broken teapot. Rochefort lifted his milky eyes and saw D'Artagnan. He opened his jaws and extended his arms as he approached. D'Artagnan stabbed him through the eye and left him on the ruined carpet. D'Artagnan searched the rest of the house but found nothing. He heard commotion and ran outside. The men had already dealt with the zombies that had fallen upon them in the streets. One was Madame Bonacieux and her tall wig still hanging on. They started sending teams with wagons outside the city to burn the bodies. More and more wagons were employed, and the smoke blotted out one side of the sky. The fires attracted more zombies from the surrounding country, so soldiers started accompanying the burning wagons. They dispatched the zombies that approached the fires and then tossed their bodies directly on. The army reached the palace finally and began the long process of clearing out every corner of the grand structure. It took longer than a week. The king insisted that manpower be diverted to clean up the damage to the palace, so the liberation of Paris slowed a bit. It was about that time that Porthos found Milady near the palace. He staked her down by the cord around her neck and stayed with her while he sent men to retrieve Athos. D'Artagnan had been with Athos that day in another part of the city, so he returned with him. Athos drew his sword and said, "I'm sorry I was not able to save you while you still lived." He broke her skull and then walked away. Athos went back to La Rochelle earlier that day, but was back fighting again the next morning. Porthos had gone to John Felton that night and told him of Milady's end. John stayed in bed the next day. D'Artagnan overheard and demanded that Porthos explain it to him. Porthos shared what he knew, which was recorded in D'Artagnan's histories and relayed here on the pages of this telling. John Felton came to D'Artagnan a few days later and reported, "Constance was found and felled. It was not a situation where we could wait. Do you want to see her before she is taken on the burn wagons?" D'Artagnan shook his head. "No, that's not how I want to remember her." He continued with work that day and the next with no time away. As Paris became secure and cleared and the king returned to his palace, he tried to convince the Musketeers to secure Paris as a city-state of sorts, leaving the countryside to the zombies. Captain de Tréville insisted that this would not do. The king agreed to let Tréville take a small force out to clear the rest of France while the bulk of the force stayed to protect Paris from a future outbreak. Captain Tréville agreed to this compromise, and the Musketeers set out to liberate the country over the next several months. As before, they recruited new survivors to help. Zombies continued to fill in old cleared land which had been cleared again. Great distances made the work hard, but in time, the dead were pushed back further and further. It was deep in the south of France that John Felton was bitten upon the wrist by a small child that had been turned zombie and was not seen until too late. Without a word, he stood and pressed the fight alone, taking down hundreds of creatures before he himself fell. He was burned with those that he put to rest that day. The Musketeers reached Buckingham to find that the plague had been rolled back there, and the work was done. The Queen's lover had died, and his sons were unaware of the secret, so D'Artagnan kept it to himself at that time. They returned to Paris to find the king was ordering all records and monuments to the war with the zombies to be destroyed. Captain Tréville said he thought that keeping that history would help prevent an outbreak in the future. The king disagreed. He had it recorded as a simple rebellion that he successfully put down. The bridges of D'Artagnan were torn down despite protests from the people that they wanted to keep them for safety. It was shocking to D'Artagnan how fast the people forgot, however. In a generation, no one would remember that the zombies had ever come, nor who had saved the land. The Musketeers were called to the office of the cardinal to make peace with the representatives of the church. As D'Artagnan and the original three entered, they looked on the cardinal with his head cocked to the side and his arms hanging limp. Cardinal Richelieu advanced on them, and they drew their swords. The cardinal reached the end of a chain attached to an iron collar around his neck and stopped short of his desk. A priest stepped around the zombified cardinal and said, "Do not threaten the Cardinal of Paris." The men put their swords away. D'Artagnan said, "He is a zombie." The priest said, "He is still the Cardinal of Paris until the Church and Holy Father decide otherwise." The men exchanged looks. The priest put a pen into the cardinal's blue hand and set it on the paper on his desk. His hand slid aside, leaving a mark on the paper and dropping the pen on the floor. The cardinal wandered away and knelt down to eat raw meat out of a bucket in the corner of the office. D'Artagnan stared in disgust and said, "What is that?" The priest thought D'Artagnan referred to the document and said, "The cardinal has signed a commission of promotion to lieutenant. He does not seem to have put a name. So which of you desire it?" "Why is the zombie cardinal promoting us?" D'Artagnan asked. "The Musketeers have done a great service for Christendom," the priest said. "We need you, the experienced men, in positions of leadership to keep the land safe. The Church wishes to bless this promotion, so who wants it?" D'Artagnan turned. "You are all more experienced than I." Porthos said, "You saved us at Saint-Gervais, and you built the bridges to La Rochelle. You led the new recruits alongside Captain Tréville. We think you would best serve as lieutenant." D'Artagnan sighed. He just wanted to be out of the office from the zombie eating from the bucket. The cardinal had plagued him in life and beyond. Now, the undead cardinal was the one issuing D'Artagnan's promotion. D'Artagnan took the cardinal's pen from the floor and wrote his name at the top before rolling up the paper. Thus, D'Artagnan became Lieutenant D'Artagnan of the King's Musketeers, and his adventures were just beginning, as his long histories indicate. Athos continued to serve under D'Artagnan's leadership. Aramis retired to the countryside following the end of the first zombie outbreak. Porthos married a rich woman and lived above his station. That is how their lives progressed until the day Captain Tréville and Lieutenant D'Artagnan had to call upon their services again.